Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. A Swiss ski resort fire leaves dozens dead and around 100 injured during a New Year's Eve celebration. Trump pulls National Guard troops from major US cities after the Supreme Court blocks his policing authority. And Zohran Mamdani makes history as New York City's first Muslim and South Asian mayor. Now, dozens are believed dead and around 100 injured after a fire tore through a bar in the Swiss ski resort of Cran, Montana, during New Year's Eve celebrations. The blaze broke out early this morning, trapping partygoers as flames engulfed the wooden venue. Authorities say the cause of the fire is still under investigation. For more on this, I'm joined from Brussels by our correspondent, William Denslow. William, several dozens people are presumed dead after a fire at a Swiss ski resort. Police have been giving an update. What more do we know about the situation?
Absolutely. Well, when it comes to the cause of the fire, as you rightly mentioned, it's still very much under investigation, but the authorities have ruled out any serious foul play. In other words, they've ruled out finding any kind of explosives or that this could have been terrorist related. It's been reported by some, including the Associated Press, citing eyewitnesses, that perhaps the fire could have been started by a candle in a bottle, igniting the wooden ceiling in the lower layers of the Constellation bar, causing it to engulf in flames. But, of course, this is just eyewitness accounts and early testimony, as the investigation is still very much in its early stages. When it comes to the loss of life, well, as you mentioned, several dozen believed to have died. Italian authorities warning that figure could be around the 40 mark, with around 100 people injured. When it comes to who the victims could be, well, authorities say that it's likely from several nationalities, but authorities warn that it could be several days before we know more about who exactly the victims were.
And William, as you say, extremely tragic circumstances surrounding what happened at that Swiss ski resort. But when and where did the fire initially break out?
We believe that it started around 1:30 in the morning local time in Cron, Montana, in the Constellation Bar. Now, this is an incredibly busy and well-known institution in the area. It's been in business for a number of years and is incredibly popular, especially to watch sporting events. It has a number of big screens, so a really popular destination. And of course, this is such a busy time for the town. It's a hugely popular time of year for tourists from across Europe and across the world to visit these kinds of ski resorts between Christmas and the New Year. When it comes to the location, well, it's understood that the lower parts of this bar, used as a nightclub for New Year's, is where the blaze could have started. But of course, this is just preliminary investigation and very much we're in the early stages of it, and we'll know more in the coming days. But the important notes is that efforts are continuing to try and provide help for those that have been injured. We understand that the local ICUs, the intensive care units, are at capacity in the local area. The likes of Italy and other neighbouring countries have opened up their doors, saying that if extra help is required, then their hospitals in the surrounding areas are willing to help with the amount of those injured.
And Swiss police have released video taken after the fire as more details do come to light about the tragedy that occurred. Right now, what is in place to take care of those seriously injured and the families who have lost loved ones?
Absolutely, and of course important to remember that this is such a huge time of grief and mourning. We've heard from the country's president saying that what should have been a day of celebrations marking New Year instead has become a day of mourning. There are plenty of outreach efforts from local authorities and a huge first response effort as well. We understand that some 10 helicopters, 40 ambulances, 150 responders were deployed to help put out the blazes in the early hours and to try and get those to safety. I mentioned the outreach from neighbouring nations to help with the huge influx of those with incredibly serious burn injuries going forward. But it could be a number of days still before we know exactly more about those that have been impacted. We've heard, for example, from the UK saying they haven't heard from directly from Swiss authorities, but say they're standing by ready to help any British nationals that could have been impacted by this blaze. So very much a wait-and-see period for many nations, waiting to see whether their citizens have been impacted. But of course, as far as Swiss authorities are concerned, well, it's certainly full speed ahead when it comes to this operation to provide the care for those that need it in this desperate time.
And you just touched on it there, William, but we have heard from the French President Emmanuel Macron and also other leaders around the world. They've obviously, said that they're extremely hurt and sorry by this, giving the Swiss government their condolences. But what else have they had to say on the situation that occurred?
Absolutely. We've heard from French President Emmanuel Macron, as you rightly mentioned. He says and spoke of a deep emotion. He said that France extends its full solidarity and fraternal support to Switzerland at this time. We've also heard just a few moments ago from Volodymyr Zelensky, Ukraine's president, saying that all should be done to help prevent tragedies like this happening again. He expressed his deep condolences as well to the Swiss people and all those impacted during this time. So, as you might imagine, at a time that should be a day of celebration, a huge outpouring of support and condolences for those impacted in Crans, Montana. And of course, important to note, this is not just a famous and popular tourist destination. It's also very much central on the map for professional athletes as well. In just a few weeks' time, Crans, Montana is expected to host one of the major events for downhill skiing ahead of the Winter Olympics for both men and women's events. And just in February 2027, it itself is expected to host the World Championship. So this is an incredibly known destination. So the impact of this fire will be felt both by the Professional Winter Olympics Association, of course, so many tourists and revellers that have visited this site, and of course, not to mention the local population too.
William Denslow, thank you so much for joining us and bringing us the latest on that tragic fire at the Swiss ski resort. Now, Bangladesh is mourning the death of its first female Prime Minister, Khaleda Zia, a towering political figure whose career shaped the country for decades. Her legacy, as well as her long-running rivalry with Sheikh Hasina and the impact of her passing on Bangladesh's political landscape, are now coming into focus, particularly with the national elections just weeks away. For more on this, I'm joined by Arabiya English journalist Darshan Dalal. Darshan, thank you so much for joining us. How will Khaleda Zia's legacy be viewed within Bangladesh and internationally?
Hi, Leigh Ann. Thanks for having me. As you said, she was the first female prime minister of Bangladesh, and she was the second leader of a Muslim majority democracy, first being Benazir Bhutto of Pakistan, who was elected as prime minister in 1988. Khaleda Zia became prime minister in 1991. Her passing has essentially united a deeply divided country. Thousands have come out for her funeral and prayers as well. And following her passing, the interim leader, Muhammad Yunus, said in a statement that she will be seen as a strong symbol of democratic movement in the country and that she will be remembered for her strength and resilience. So she was essentially seen as a shy housewife to Zia Rahman, who was president of the country. And after following his assassination in 1981, she took the reins from him and became the leader of Bangladeshi National Party, BNP. And since then, she has served as the leader of Bangladesh for 3 times. So from a shy housewife to the leader of the country for 3 times, that is how her legacy will be seen.
And as a leader, what were her most significant achievements in government, Darshan? And where do critics say her leadership actually fell short?
So when she became prime minister in 1991, she essentially came on the promise of liberating Bangladesh from poverty and liberating the country from economic backwardness. She also made primary education free and compulsory for people. And she also lifted restrictions on foreign investment, which led to the boom and the Bangladeshi garment industry. However, she was also accused of corruption in her second term. In 1996, as she was contesting for the election, which she announced early, she won about 278 seats out of 300 in an election which was boycotted by all the opposition parties, including Sheikh Hasina's Awami League. That premiership lasted only for 12 days. And following the election later on, she once again came back to power in 2001. She was accused of corruption, and she was also accused of allowing the militancy surge in the country. She was more of an assertive leader, and the fact that she was uncompromising, which also meant that she was isolated domestically as well as internationally. So that is how one of her criticism was, that she was uncompromising. I mean, she was seen as a democracy icon, but she never colluded with any of the military leader, unlike Sheikh Hasina.
And let's talk about that right now, because the political rivalry between Khaleda Zia and Sheikh Hasina has really defined Bangladeshi politics for decades. How did this era change politics in the country, and what does it leave behind?
Interesting. I mean, in the 1990, both Sheikh Hasina and Khaleda Zia came together to oust a military dictator, Hussein Mohammad Irshad. And surprisingly, in 1991, she became the prime minister. And that was the only partnership that they ever had. Since then, they had a bitter rivalry, which was deep, long, extremely divided and political. As I said before, Khaleda Zia was seen as polite, who chose her words carefully, but was bold and assertive. On the other hand, Sheikh Hasina, who was seen as more outspoken and bold, once also colluded with a military leader to basically gain power. But that basically defined the relationship and the decades in which they alternated power. And it was called the Battle of the Begums, which is an honorary title in the Urdu language given for women of high stature and power in South Asia. But it's interesting to note that despite this decades-long bitter rivalry, Sheikh Hasina, who lives in exile in India after her ouster last year, has come out and said in a condolence message for Zia, and right after her passing, that Bangladesh will remember her as the first female leader, and that Bangladesh has lost a leadership position, and Bangladesh National Party will essentially be remembering her. And she has also sent some condolence messages, which should not be overlooked because their rivalry was quite deep. And given that she has put out a statement right after that, it is quite interesting.
And let's talk a little bit about, with Khalida Zia's passing, it comes just ahead of the general election in Bangladesh, which is going to take place in February. Now, how might her absence influence voter sentiment and party dynamics, particularly for the BNP?
So since her passing, as I said before, the country is essentially united. Thousands have come out for her funeral. This will give momentum to Bangladesh National Party. And her legacy will live on in the form of her son, Tariq Rahman, who came back just days ago on 25th of December after 17 years in self-imposed exile in London. He was accused of several one of the 2004 grenade bombings in 2004 a rally where Sheikh Hasina was present, in which dozens of people were killed. But now he is seen as heir apparent to Khalida Zia, and even his face is coming alongside Khalida Zia's in banners and posters across the country. So it is essentially being seen that he is going to be the next prime minister when he secures majority in the February elections. And that is an interesting scenario in the country, in a sense that given the Awami League holds so much significance even on the streets at the moment, it remains to be seen. However, he is indeed seen as a future prime minister as long as he secures the majority in the Feb elections.
Darshan Dalal, it was brilliant to have you on. Thank you so much for your analysis and time.
Thank you, Leigh Ann.
US President Donald Trump is withdrawing National Guard troops from cities including Chicago and Los Angeles after a Supreme Court ruling limited his authority to use troops for policing. Trump says troops may return in a different and much stronger form if crime does rise. Governors and city leaders welcomed the withdrawal as a victory for state control and also democracy. For more on this, I'm joined by Errol Moorcouch, a spokesman for Republicans overseas. Errol, brilliant to have you on the show, and Happy New Year to you. I just want to begin with, so Donald Trump has removed National Guard troops from 3 Democratic cities following that Supreme Court ruling I just spoke about. Does this decision undermine the president's authority?
It doesn't undermine his authority, but it does prove that we have a system of checks and balances, and President Trump is restricted in that ethos. Now, what he's done, I think, is very clever. He's proven through the data that just came out this week that the U.S. has had a record drop in homicides since we started taking the record, nearly 20% drop in homicides. 1 in 5 people who were supposed to die this year didn't die. Now, you can't attribute all of that to the National Guard presence in these high crime areas, whether it be Memphis or D.C., but certainly you can attribute some of it. Also, the attention that he paid towards this has been a huge reduction in overdoses, huge reductions in burglaries, violent crimes, all of these. The murder one just being so front and center because it's a loss of life. So I think President Trump has proved his point, and now he's also said, as you pull these National Guard troops out, if we start to see the crime levels go back up, we're going to bring them right back in. So I think it shows that he's the domestic policy of the United States is not the same as international policy. He can't just do anything he wants without a clear and present insurrection. Gang activity probably doesn't cross the line when it's domestic gang activity. So focusing on the Tren de Aragua or the foreign national cartels was their method. But I think right now it's an easy way to step back, see if the cities can step into that role. The citizens there want that, by the way. People are happy with the results. So this is a gift to these Democrat cities to now just take the mantle and maintain the peace. If they can't do it, I think Trump will be back with the National Guard again.
And Trump actually praised the achievements, Errol, of the troops in bringing down crime in Democratic-run cities, like you just said to me, but claims their work was hindered by local opposition. Why was there so much resistance to the National Guard deployments? I think that's a big question, because you're just explaining to me how much difference it made, but he did face a lot of criticism.
So it's sort of a weird thing to try to explain to an international audience, but the police forces inside of major metropolitan cities are not exactly focused on reduction of crime. They're focused on perpetuating the sort of situation they have. So solving the problem doesn't seem to be something that was in their purview or interest. Rather, they're much more concerned on being reelected or reappointed. Sheriffs in America are elected, and the police chiefs and whatnot oftentimes are appointed by the mayor or whatnot, as we see Mamdani in New York restructuring everything. Just like when the president comes in, he can do certain things. So a lot of times, the crime is what keeps their communities down and what keeps their communities voting for them. And so as counterintuitive as it sounds, the Democrat Party in great part doesn't have a lot of interest in reduction of crime. Rather, it has an interest in perpetuation of crime so it can keep its programs going. And the more downtrodden and unhappy those communities are, the more disaffected they will be and the more likely they will be to vote for people who promise them a better future. When somebody shows up and actually just starts delivering that better future, starts delivering 1 in 5 homicides being taken away, 20% reduction in burglaries, and all of these things, it's egg on their face, because these are the people who should have been protecting their citizenry for the last decade. And when President Trump can snap his fingers, send a few hundred agents in town, and all of a sudden that's that much reduction, it shows what could have been, and it shows the grift that they have been doing. So their pushback isn't because they see a problem with solving crime. It's if they solve crime, it eliminates their value they've presented to their citizenry, which has been the crime is unstoppable, and without me, it's going to get worse. Well, clearly that's not true. So let's see how they respond to the new data.
And I think that's such an interesting point to make, because President Trump says it's hard to believe that these Democrat mayors and governors, all of whom are greatly incompetent, would want us to leave. So what do you make of this divisive rhetoric? And do you think that actually what you explained to me, the Democratic mayors and governors who need to be re-elected are actually going to step up their game?
I think they're going to have to step up their game, because they're in a really bad spot. Because in the end, we say in America's scoreboard, look at the scoreboard. In the end, you might have disagreed with us. You might have said that we're bad people, we're heartless people, whatever, but we're concerned about the American citizens first. And the American citizens are seeing that data and they're saying, wow, that looks pretty good. Now, as we go into the midterms in 2026, there is a certain sort of gamesmanship. The rhetoric there is going to be a little bit more bombastic as people like Pritzker or Gavin Newsom try to stand up to Trump, or Tim Walz, who's caught in just the biggest fraud scheme ever, completely dead to rights in most cases, it seems like, at least from a broad spectrum, allegedly. Just this sort of bad behavior that's coming out. I think that their best option is, and you see it a little bit with Muriel Bowser in D.C. actually coming out and praising the National Guard, who, by the way, are our brothers and sisters in our country. The National Guard isn't some random paramilitary force from abroad that's brought here. The National Guard comes during times of national disaster, at times of strife. So, welcoming them and seeing how good they've done, this is a chance for the Democrats actually to seize on it and then start making their cities better and saying, look, we don't need Trump. And they can probably spin that and say that they're the reason for it. So if they were wise, and if they saw, like, if they thought about winning domestic votes, they would do that. But likely they're going to try to stand up to Trump. They're going to say no more kings, and they're going to try to obfuscate the brave men of ICE who are there deporting criminals. And in doing so, it'll probably ramp up the rhetoric, and it will cause them some hurt in the midterms, where they have obviously the statistical advantage going in as the non-incumbent party.
Yeah, it's really interesting, because it feels like the midterms are coming quicker than I expected, Errol. But just quickly, before I do let you go, it's really that Trump faced many lawsuits against his decision to deploy the National Guard. Do you think that this kind of hectic, disruptive politics from the US president is going to carry on this year? As you did mention, the midterms are in focus, and I wonder if he's going to try to slightly shift.
Yes, I think you're going to see, I actually think a little bit of a pullback from the Republicans in general, because they went so aggressively on foreign policy. Right now, they need to change everything to a domestic audience. And the domestic audience needs to be given a much more positive and much more direct type of attention. So I think you're going to see a complete change in the messaging out of the White House into that midterm. But the second the midterms are over, I expect it to go full bore, because then you'll have Donald Trump unencumbered for 2 more years of his presidency. He has nothing to lose and everything to give, and he's going to give that to the American people. So we might see a little bit of a slowdown and change in the midterms as we focus domestically. But as we get out of that, I think it's going to be all gas, no brakes until the end of the Trump saga is finally over in 2028.
I feel like it's been all gas for the last year. Errol Moorcouch, Thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Zohran Mamdani has been sworn in as New York City's mayor, taking office just after midnight, following a stunning primary victory focused on affordability. At just 34 years old, the Democratic Socialist makes history as the city's first Muslim and South Asian mayor, and is the youngest in more than a century. Mamdani says tackling the cost of living will be the core of his agenda as he does take charge of America's most expensive city. For more on this, I'm joined from Washington, D.C. by our correspondent, Jaagruti Duvey. Jaagruti, thank you so much for joining us. So tell us about this ceremony. It was held in a unique location for Zohran Mamdani.
Yes, indeed. This private swearing-in ceremony was held in a disused subway station under City Hall. And like everything that Mamdani has done, the optics are much more than just optics. It's very symbolic and very deliberate. And Mamdani said that this choice of this subway station is a testament to the hard work of New Yorkers, the industry of the city and the people who make it run. And this was a very small private ceremony attended by about 20 people, including Zohran Mamdani's mother, the filmmaker Mira Nair, his father, an academic, his wife, the illustrator, the Syrian-American illustrator Rama Douaji, and her family were there. And Letitia James, New York's Attorney General, swore Mamdani in, and he said that this was the honor and privilege of a lifetime. And it was really a short and sweet ceremony. They disappeared through a hatch back into City Hall afterwards. And it really encapsulated this moment. It happened at midnight, just after midnight on New Year's Day. And it really is the dawning of a new era for New York, a real marked change for the city. As you say, one of the most expensive cities in the world, led now by a mayor who campaigned on affordability.
And as you just mentioned to me, Jaagruti, that was a private ceremony. But can you tell us about the public one that is actually happening later on today?
Yeah, so 1 p.m. Eastern Time is going to be the public swearing-in ceremony on the steps of City Hall. Zohran Mamdani is likely to make a longer speech at this one, where he'll talk directly to New Yorkers, it's expected, according to reports, potentially repeating some of those messages that we heard him expound on the campaign trail, messages of hope, as I say, messages of, a new era for New York, a new moment in time, where New Yorkers can expect the policies that he wanted. Now he's going to say he's going to try and put them into practice. So the campaigning on affordability, on fast and free buses, on universal childcare, and a message of hope, as I say, he's expected to deliver. The swearing in at this ceremony is expected to be done by Senator Bernie Sanders of Vermont, another friend on the left, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, the Congresswoman of New York. She is going to be giving a keynote address there. And this is meant to be a moment of celebration. So the transition team On their website, they're giving information about a block party that is expected to be starting around 11 o'clock. That's when they say people should turn up between 11 and 12 so they can experience music and the celebratory atmosphere before the swearing in at 1 p.m. Eastern Time.
But let's be honest, you've just told me that Mamdani campaigned on the promise of affordability. But the big question is, do we know what he will do now that he's in office? And what are some of the challenges that Mamdani is going to face to actually push his agenda through? Because you can say a lot of stuff, but it's very difficult to do a lot of stuff, Jaagruti.
Yes, indeed. And, Mamdani has alluded to this. He said that he campaigned in poetry, but he's going to run in prose. So the idea is that he talked big ideas, but now it's when he starts to govern, it's going to be on the practicality of prose. And this is really the challenge that he faces: how to put his promises into practice. The cost of some of his very ambitious agenda, is free universal childcare, fast and free buses, reduced cost of housing, rent freeze, all of this is going to have a price tag of around $7 billion according to some reports. Where is that money going to come from? He's going to have to deal with a more moderate governor of New York, Kathy Hochul. She's not on the same political wing as he is, an avowed democratic socialist. So on the left, how does he talk to people on the centre and even on the right? And, there might be federal budget cuts coming in. There might be, Kathy Hochul might be talking about tightening the purse strings for the state. So how is he going to get that approximately $7 billion to push his agenda through? And, his lack of executive experience is something that his opponents talked a lot about on the campaign trail. And that is something that is going to be tested when he comes into office as well. And he's going to have to deal with a very mercurial president, Republican President Donald Trump. In that meeting, their first meeting in the Oval Office, it was actually a very jovial meeting. People were expecting sort of verbal fireworks to continue. They both said some things about each other. But in that meeting, Donald Trump was very complimentary, saying that, Republicans are going to be surprised by this guy. They both want, for their own different reasons, for New York to be successful because, Donald Trump has a long history and a connection with New York. So he obviously wants to be careful. He doesn't want to bash the new mayor too hard and make things too difficult for him, where any failures in New York can be then attributed and blamed on him. So there's lots of different things at play here, lots of challenges that Mamdani is going to have to face. But really, the big one is, where is that money going to come from to put his promises into practice?
Yeah, absolutely. Jaagruti Dubey, thank you so much for joining me. Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. The Israeli military says it has killed a Palestinian man in the occupied West Bank. Troops reportedly opened fire on people throwing stones, describing the incident as an ambush and calling those involved militants. Palestinian authorities confirmed that a 26-year-old man was killed. Russia has accused Ukraine of killing at least 24 people, including a child, in a drone strike on a hotel and cafe during New Year's celebrations in the Russian-controlled Kherson region. Russian officials called the attack a war crime, saying civilians were deliberately targeted. Finnish authorities have detained a vessel sailing from Russia suspected of damaging an undersea cable linking Helsinki and Estonia across the Gulf of Finland. The ship, flagged under St. Vincent and Grenadines, was en route from St. Petersburg to Israel. All 14 crew members have now been arrested. And a Walt Disney World worker in Florida is recovering after getting in the way of a runaway prop boulder heading towards the audience. The 180-kilogram rubber prop was part of an Indiana Jones scene recreation. Countries around the Asia-Pacific range in the new year with fireworks, light shows and dancing. But in Hong Kong, celebrations were more subdued this year following November's deadly apartment complex fire. Chris Gilbert has this report.
The Great Wall of China with a glowing send-off for 2025. The famous Zhuangguan section of the Chinese landmark was illuminated with an immersive light show and countdown to welcome the new year. Throughout Asia, there were fireworks and festivities. Eco-friendly fireworks lit up the Bangkok sky alongside the Chao Phraya River over department store icon Siam. The show spanned nearly 1.5 kilometers and included a 4D aerial performance of drones and pyrotechnics under the theme In Eternity Reverence, to honor the late Queen Mother. Hong Kong is known for its skyscraper light shows and played to its strengths for the New Year party, swapping pyrotechnics for projections. The government called off its annual fireworks display over Victoria Harbour following November's deadly apartment complex fire in Tai Po. It introduced this alternative event called New Hopes, New Beginnings, aimed at spreading, quote, positive energy. Taiwan went the other direction with the fireworks extravaganza lighting up Taipei 101, Taiwan's tallest skyscraper for the 22nd year straight. It was a more traditional and solemn celebration in Seoul. More than 10,000 South Koreans brought in the new year with a traditional bell-tolling ceremony. The bronze bell was struck 33 times by invited guests. Across the DMZ, North Korea also held a fireworks festival and dancing in Kim Il-sung Square. These images, released by state media, show students and residents dancing in the center of Pyongyang. Leader Kim Jong-un reportedly attended the celebrations and lauded the North Korean people's efforts in 2025. Down under, fireworks were shot from New Zealand's largest building, the Sky Tower, while in Sydney, there was a minute's silence for the victims of the deadly Bondi shooting. And on New Year's Day, millions of Japanese flocked to Shinto shrines to take part in Hatsumode, the traditional first shrine visit of the year, to pray for peace and happiness in 2026. Chris Gilbert, Arabiya English.
Let's take a look at the top business news now. Bulgaria has officially adopted the euro 20 years after joining the European Union. Young Bulgarians are optimistic about the move, which also saw the poorest EU nation join the NATO military alliance and the Schengen visa scheme. But older, more conservative citizens have resented the change from the existing lev currency. Trump Media has launched a new cryptocurrency for the company's shareholders. Investors will receive one digital token for each share they do own. Trump, the company's largest shareholder, has also called for looser regulations in the crypto industry. And turning to all the sports news now. Star boxer Anthony Joshua has been released from the hospital following a car crash that did kill two of his friends. After leaving the hospital, the former world champion visited the funeral home where their bodies are being prepared for repatriation. The 36-year-old was a passenger in a Lexus SUV that collided with a truck on a major highway near Lagos on Monday. And the Real Madrid football legend Roberto Carlos is recovering after a medical procedure. The Brazilian former left-back denied rumours that he had suffered from a heart attack. A reminder of our top stories. A Swiss ski resort fire leaves dozens dead and around 100 injured during New Year's Eve celebrations. Trump pulls National Guard troops from major U.S. cities after the Supreme Court blocks his policing authority. And Zohran Mamdani makes history as New York City's first Muslim and South Asian mayor. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X, and we'll be back in a couple of hours' time with a W News Extra. Goodbye, thank you for watching, and happy 2026.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
The Esports World Cup Foundation is a non-profit organization based in Riyadh, and it seeks to advance and professionalize the global esports industry. Well, competitive gaming is hugely popular in the kingdom, and events like the Esports World Cup and the Esports Nation Cup bring together top players from right across the globe. Well, we're joined now by the CEO of the Esports World Cup Foundation, Ralph Reichert. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Ralph. A real pleasure to have you with us.
Thank you for having me.
Now, the Esports World Cup is held every year during the summer months. A pretty good time, I'd have thought, to escape the outdoor heat by being indoors. And we talked about that event on this programme, especially that $70 million prize pool. I just wonder if we could start by just asking you how that event went and what it brought to the kingdom in terms of revenue and visitor numbers.
Sure. I mean, look, we had a show this summer, right, where we talked about the run of the competition itself. So the most important thing is obviously who's going to win the club championship. And this year it was again Falcon, the local Saudi team, but it was a very close call. The year one in 2024, they won by a land mile. So it was a little bit surprised. This year was very close to the last week, and they were, the runners-up were Team Liquid and Vitality. So it was a very good competition to start with. In terms of numbers and economy, it was very successful as well. We had 750 million viewers in 2025 versus 500 million in 24. We had over 3 million visitors to the Boulevard City, growing from 2.6 million in 2024. So it was super successful on its own, while growing clearly year over year.
Okay, so as you say, super successful. Now, gaming and esports strategy are a really big part of Vision 2030, and I just wondered what you think the reason for that is, and what's the role of your foundation in meeting that particular goal of Vision 2030?
So if you look at the impact of gaming and esports, right, I think it's twofold. It's number one, a fast-growing, large global business. It's digital, so it's very scalable, and it's kind of built on the internet, so it's a 21st century business, and therefore very interesting from an economic perspective. But that's not all. It has a huge social part of it as well. If you look at almost everywhere in the world, kids or young adults, there is almost no one who has not grown up with video games. So it's almost the other question around is not who plays video games, but who doesn't. And how does it translate into numbers? If you look at Saudi Arabia, 70% of the population play video games. And out of that 70%, a lot of them are looking at it competitively and then are actually the core target group to attend something like the Esports World Cup. So again, it has two components: a global business future perspective, and then just a perspective on how does it have a social impact on Saudi Arabia as a consumer market, but then across the whole world. And the numbers with 750 million viewers, speak for itself.
Yeah, absolutely. And the fact that Saudi Arabia has a young population is something we often talk about on this programme. I just wanted to ask you, though, how involved women are when it comes to esports in Saudi Arabia.
So there's a number which is true almost all across the world, is that 50% of the gamer population is female. It's a little bit more skewed towards casual games, like Candy Crush would be the one that comes up to mind. But generally speaking, gaming is for everybody. It's not gender specific. If you look at esports, which is the very competitive part of it, all of the competitions we do at the Esports World Cup are open competitions. Means, right, they're open for male and female participants. It's not segregated at the core. It's actually inclusive from a core idea. Nonetheless, on the top of the competitive pyramid, it's mainly male people. But then if you look at the grassroots and amateur tournament across the world, depending on the game, you would see between 5 and 10%, sometimes 15% of the competitive players being female. So the huge majority is still male. In Saudi Arabia, it's actually even or has a significantly better female quota. So if you look at the grassroots and amateur level, below the top, in Saudi, 20% of the athletes would be female, which is an outlier across the world and just shows how fast this transition has went in the country.
Okay, one thing I wanted to ask you about is, Saudi investors have bought some big titles like Pokemon Go and EA. And I just wonder what's been the national impact of investment decisions like these?
So I think it's very much on the theme that we spoke about earlier. I mean, number one, it's a fast-growing global industry. So the PIF, right, investing into these global gaming companies gives the kingdom a diversification of its economy, a piece in the future value creation across the world, right? Because video games have no borders. They are actually a hobby, an entertainment part all across the world, and a commercial model with this as well. But that is only one side of the story, right? With Saudi Arabia being, and Riyadh specifically being the hub for gaming, it positions itself globally as the place to be if you want to be relevant in video games. It gives a bigger access and a seat at the table at the global discussion about entertainment, which is an amazing feat, thinking about just a few years and how quickly that has changed. And it solidifies the position as a capital of esports and video games across the world. On the other side, what it will bring is local business and jobs, right? So by not only being a consumer of video games, but a producer, local studios are benefiting. I think the number is up from 6 to over 50 in the last 3 years only. Vision 2030 expects almost 40,000 jobs to be in video games in 2030. And all of these international companies are opening offices in the kingdom, are starting to produce games, while saying that this is a long-term effort, right? The skill of creating a video game is almost an art. So it takes time to build the skill set and become globally relevant. But the basis of it is set now.
Now, I want to ask you, what challenges esports have encountered in Saudi Arabia? I mean, we've heard some people talking about internet speeds, local servers, ping. Just wondering whether you've had any issues, anything you've encountered.
I mean, all of it, right? I mean, first, it's still new. Esports is still a new sport. So of it being established in schools, of parents understanding it fully, right? That's a journey, and we've come very far, very quickly, but all of that is still in the making, number one. Number two, it's the technical accessibility, as you just suggested, right? Which means there has been historically, like almost, only 1.5 years ago, if you wanted to play League of Legends, which is the most successful game in the Esports World Cup, you needed to play in servers in Europe, right? So you couldn't play in the Middle East. And just last year, so right before the Esports World Cup in 2024, the servers were launched in Riyadh, and this is happening across many of those games. So it's on the one side, the accessibility in each home of fast internet, 5G, and all of that is progressing. at a fast speed, but that's only one part of the puzzle. The other part is, where are the servers? How close are you to the servers? And there are more and more games companies, as I just said with Riot in League of Legends, are moving into the kingdom and having their servers closer to the players, which then creates a better experience and more competitiveness, actually, after all.
Now, it's often said that Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman is a big fan of gaming. I don't know if you could tell me any more about that. And I also wonder whether, having him championing this space has made a difference to the growth of the popularity of gaming. I'm sure it has. Tell us more.
Yeah, I mean, look, he publicly said in this Fox interview that, he's a big gamer and enjoys to go into this world after the job is done on a daily basis, right? So that is obviously a huge endorsement for it overall. And if you look at the Esports World Cup, he has awarded the trophy every single year so far, which just shows, that there's a clear commitment of the kingdom and direct connection to it. So I think overall, we've seen gaming and esports being endorsed all across the kingdom, across all political fields. And even if you look at the conference connected to the Esports World Cup this year, the Ministry of Sport, the Ministry of Investment, the Ministry of IT, all of those ministers, and Prince Faisal, who's kind of the champion of esports, have all been, publicly endorsing it. So I think if you're in esports and interested in it from a political angle, there's no better place in the world than Saudi Arabia.
Do you think there's any potential for a Saudi-grown league, a bit like Live Golf, when it comes to competitive esports?
Look, I think the Esports World Cup is born out of Saudi, and this is the global benchmark now for esports. So there is a clear case of what already happened. For any other sport that's looking into it, obviously there is now direct access to some of the largest game companies in the world. There is all the learnings of the Esports World Cup and the platform of the Esports World Cup. So, for example, Live Golf, or Golf Saudi actually, had a small activation at the Esports World Cup Festival this year. So all of these gaming activities out of the kingdom, out of traditional sports, are actually being integrated as we speak as part of the big events that are happening, like the Esports World Cup or the Esports Nations Cup in 2026.
Okay, and just lastly, you've got a pretty busy year ahead by the sounds of things. Your first Nations Cup is going to be held next year. And just looking at the longer-term vision for the Esports Foundation, where would you like to see esports in Saudi Arabia progressing?
When the Esports World Cup Foundation was announced in 2023, the vision we presented to the world is that we are here to make esports one of the largest sports in the world, head-to-head with the biggest sports tournaments and events as well, like the FIFA World Cup, like the Olympics. And we've come very far with the Esports World Cup in just 2 years. But if you look at the market, and again, our job is to grow the market, what is missing is the national pride aspect. How does my mom watch a tournament, right? If we go back in time, like almost 30 years ago, the only match when I was an athlete, when I was an esports athlete, my mom watched, one was I was playing for the Quake national team in 1998, right? That's where she could relate, where she could clearly understand why this is important. National team esports has never been a big thing in esports, just because clubs have been so dominant and has built such a great following and has built such a big thing. And because it was never politically endorsed and never had the opportunity at the scale it needs to break through. So with the Esports Nations Cup we're launching in 2026, it's the first time that there's a huge multi-game tournament really having the resources to do this right across the world. And it's a big challenge to build, this almost 100 national teams from scratch, because they're not existing. And, we've almost piloted the first 2 years how to make esports big. Now we're taking the next steps, are super excited for the Esports Nations Cup next year, which then will happen every 2 years. We'll travel around the world. Just the first iteration will start in Riyadh, and will make my mom and hopefully a lot of core esports fans, but other moms watch and become part and fans of esports, like it's happening in the biggest traditional sports, where the nation's part is a door opener to the absolute mainstream.
Okay, well, we're going to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed, Ralf Reichert, the CEO of the Esports World Cup Foundation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for having me.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans. Welcome to a W News special interview on Arabiya English. Carlos Ghosn, the former automotive executive once hailed as a turnaround genius for Nissan and Renault, has become a figure as notorious as he is celebrated. From leading major global car companies to a dramatic arrest in Japan and a daring escape to Lebanon, his career is marked by both remarkable achievements and controversy. Today, Ghosn joins us for a special interview, telling us he is the victim of the justice system of Japan and France and sharing his perspective on Lebanon's plans to normalise ties with Israel. Carlos Ghosn, thank you so much for joining us today. I just want to start with the fact that Nissan is currently facing significant financial challenges and appears to almost be going from bad to worse. What is your advice to the struggling car company you actually saved from bankruptcy?
Look, I think it's difficult to give any advice 7 years after having left the company in the conditions that you know. Because to give a good advice, you need to really analyze the data from inside. You need to understand exactly what are the weaknesses. You need to see the numbers. You need to see the executives. But the bottom line is, you know, that they should take very bold decisions in order to reshape the company. Because frankly, falling back to what was the company in 1999 or even worse is really, really very bad. So I think they're going to have to really establish a plan based on a very clear and realistic diagnosis of the situation, and then address the challenges one after the other. Now, what are these challenges? How deep they are? You need a much more thorough examination of the situation of Nissan for me in order to give you some good advice.
Let's talk about some bold decisions, because as part of Nissan's restructuring plan, they are focusing more on cutting costs than making cars, something very different to your vision when you were at the company. How damaging could this strategy be in the future?
You know, you cannot be saved through cost reduction. You cannot. I mean, you can be saved only with good products, good technology, geographical expansion, fighting on every market, you know, against the toughest competitor. But it may have to start with what I call a cost reallocation. That means you reduce cost where you have money which is not giving you results, and then you put it into what's going to ensure your growth or your profitability. So the reallocation of resources is very important, but it cannot be limited to that. After the reallocation of resources has to be done within a strategy. This strategy has to be based on products and technology. And obviously, you're going to have people facing challenges and not running out of them.
Now, many automotive companies are facing huge uncertainty since President Donald Trump announced 25% tariffs on car imports to the US. What do you make of the US president's taxes, and how damaging could they be?
Look, this was not a surprise. The tariff was not a surprise. We know that you know, the U.S. market, which is one of the largest market, probably the second largest market in the world, was importing much more car than exporting. And this has to be balanced. The President of the United States decided to balance it by imposing tariff, which mean making importing cars a little bit less competitive in the United States. So you have to deal with this. This is a reality. You can't escape the reality. You cannot whine about it. You cannot just blame this or that. You just have to reassess your strategy, of your sourcing strategy in function of that. And by the way, a lot of car manufacturers, particularly Japanese car manufacturers, are already reallocating their production, taking in consideration the tariff that have been imposed by the US president.
And how are US auto tariffs shaking the global industry? And are more job losses possibly on the horizon due to this?
Well, I think job losses are linked to the total market. Total market is still growing. I mean, there are going to be changes in jobs. That means probably more jobs in the United States and less jobs in Japan, or less jobs into export, less jobs in Europe exporting to it. But I think a car manufacturer is going to have to reevaluate their supply chain, and that's what they're doing, instead of, in a certain way, exporting to the United States from Japan or from Korea or from Europe. They are trying to build these cars in the United States, or eventually very near from the border of the United States, Mexico or Canada, in order to reduce the impact of tariff on their own product. This is a fair game. It is something that all car manufacturers have to face, including General Motors and Ford, because you need to remember that they have a lot of plants also in Canada or in Mexico or even in Europe, and they are shipping to the United States. So this is something that is hitting the whole industry. And in fact, the people who are going to be winning are the more nimble, the one who are going to react fast, and they're going to do it in the most efficient way.
And looking at car production figures for 2024, China produced 31 million cars, more than 3 times the number produced by the US and about 4 times the number produced by Japan. Why is China dominating so much in this sector?
Well, China is a very interesting case. Some people say, well, China is the new Japan. You know, they remember what Japan was in the 70s and the 80s and even in the 90s. But in fact, China is very different. And it's very different because while Japan has imposed itself on the market by adopting the system and by trying to be competitive within the existing system of supplying the automotive industry with their own approach of Kaizen, which means continuous improvement, basing on quality, on reliability, on lean manufacturing, and a lot of cooperation between the car manufacturer, the suppliers, and even the government. China has a completely different approach. China is not trying to adapt to the system. China is trying to change the system, to adapt, to put in place a system that is more in line with their own interest and their own talent. So they are trying to leapfrog the technology. They became masters in EV, taking advantage of the fact that the Japanese or the Koreans or even the Europeans were late on EV. They've developed a lot of technology in batteries. They're developing a lot of software. They're creating an ecosystem, a digital ecosystem. So the Chinese are trying to change this industry to their own benefit. On top of this, they have a huge cost advantage that they are, in fact, exercising in all the market. And there is a very, very strong coordination between the government from one side, the industry, the infrastructure, and the financial system. So it makes really China a very strong actor that everybody's going to have to deal with for the years to come.
And it's so interesting because I just hear you talking there about why China is dominating. And I think one of the big questions at the moment is who's going to win the AI race? Is it going to be the US or is it going to be China? So I don't know what your thoughts on that are.
Well, it is unclear for the moment. Obviously, the US has a clear advantage, but the Chinese have already shown that they are taking the challenge. They are investing massively. They have a lot of talents. You know, they have a strategy which consists to really compete against the US in all the fields. So for the moment, I would say the US is in advance, but I don't know how long this is going to prevail. The jury is still out.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, the rise of Chinese cars we've just been talking about has been a significant shift in global automotive markets, of course. But which countries do you think will be more affected by this? Would it be the US? Will it be Europe? Will it be Mexico, Canada, Japan? What do you think is going to suffer the most?
Okay, let me give you my opinion. The first market which is going to suffer the most is going to be Europe. Mm-hmm. And why Europe? Europe has a strong, very strong engineering, but they are very weak on cost. Mm-hmm. And Europe had the very nasty habit to base themselves on regulation versus market. They have been on and off on electric cars, they've been on and off on batteries, and this is really very bad and weakening the European car manufacturers. So I think they're going to be the first victim of the Chinese onslaught on this industry. Second come Japan. And why Japan? Because Japan has been very late on EV until now. Even though Nissan was the leader into mass marketing electric cars, they lost this leadership because they were not focused on it, while Tesla was really advancing very hard. And now, as you know, BYD. Mm-hmm. So the fact that they have lost the race, they are losing the race on EV is very bad from Japan. And on top of this, the Chinese are beating them on cost in all the export market. I would position in third Korea, then eventually Canada and Mexico. But Canada and Mexico, having been mainly manufacturing base for other car manufacturer or American car manufacturer or Japanese car manufacturer, may become a base for Chinese manufacturer in the future. So I would say the big loser, Europe, number one, Japan, number two, followed by Korea. And the United States will be protected because, as you know, there is a tariff which is going to be give much more time for General Motors, Ford, and Chrysler to react. And also because they have strong brands, particularly when we come to like commercial vehicle or pickup truck. The U.S. market the American market are still very strong.
And let's talk a little bit about Tesla, because you mentioned it there, and it's had a real wild ride this year. We've seen the stock decline, and now it's reached new highs. What do you make of Elon Musk's vision and his short-lived moment in U.S. politics?
Well, first, Elon is a formidable entrepreneur. Having brought Tesla where it is today is remarkable. But Tesla is facing a challenge that it was an innovative company, and it has now to transform itself into a hard car manufacturer, competing with an industrial system. And this is where they have a risk when they are facing a company like BYD, because BYD is a close second in terms of innovation and in terms of new things that they are introducing with the electric cars, but they have a formidable competitiveness when it comes to vertical integration, when it comes to cost competitiveness, and also when it comes to investing into the technology that matters for electric car, which means mainly the battery and everything around the software. So it's going to be a very interesting challenge and competition to watch between Tesla from one side and the Chinese maker from the other side, headed by BYD.
And you were actually the first person to run two Fortune 500 companies, Nissan and Renault, at the very same time. How is AI going to change the world, Carlos, that we live in now? And do you use ChatGPT? Because the big question right now is what is going to be the difference when it comes to AI and to the future and jobs?
Yeah. Well, first, I think, yes, obviously AI is going to take a lot of jobs away, but at the same time, it's going to create a lot of jobs on the side. This is a story that we have seen many times. This time is much more radical, but I'm not very pessimistic about the jobs evolution. I think the job evolution is going to find its way through new technology, new discovery, new needs that AI is going to facilitate. What AI is going to change in terms of management is it's going to empower managers. That means today the AI tool is going to allow people which are in management jobs to really have a much better decision making, much better data in order to make these decisions, and frankly a kind of sparring partner with which they can discuss. Obviously, the manager is going to always have to ask a question. He has to, at the end of the day, shape the strategy. So in my opinion, it's all positive in terms of management company and in terms of executive suites. But there's going to be some kind of job destruction from one side and a lot of job creation from the other side.
And you know something? I was just going to ask you a question. Do you think that there will be a driver's license in the future when we look to somewhere like 2050, let's say? Because driverless cars are really becoming a thing, but they're not widely used at the moment. So do you think someone like me eventually won't need to have a driver's license?
Yeah, you know, we have already a hard time making a provision for 2030, so you can imagine 2050, we are here in speculation. But let me give you my opinion. I think, yes, you will continue to need the driver license. Now, the driver license is not going to test what it used to test you in the past. It's going to be something very, very new, because even if you are into a robot taxi or in a completely autonomous car, you're going to have to be inside, or you're going to have somebody's going to have to own this product on the market. You have a problem of liability. So driving license or owning a car like this is going to require some tests to make sure that you're going to act safely and within the normal responsibility that everybody who owns a car needs to demonstrate.
I actually went to see one of those autonomous vehicles here in Dubai. They're absolutely fascinating, I must say that. But I still think, like you say, a driver's license is needed. And just another question looking to the future. And I want to talk a little bit about traditional fiat currencies. Do you think they'll still dominate? Or do you think new currencies like Bitcoin, which is obviously gaining in popularity, will be the new normal?
Look, it's very hard to answer your question, but what is absolutely sure is that near the fiat currencies, you're going to have cryptocurrencies, you're going to have gold or silver. I think all of them are going to exist for different needs and to protect people in different countries. So I'm expecting a kind of rise of the popularity of the cryptocurrencies, obviously with up and down and crisis, and you know, it goes down then go up, but the trend is going to be up, in my opinion. And look what's happening with gold. And each one of them has its own advantage. For example, one of the reasons for which gold is going up today is the fact there is some kind of defiance, not only from central banks in the world, but also from a lot of people across the globe against fiat currencies because of the indebtedness of the states and because of the difficulty that many important states in the economy have trouble to control their deficit. So people are a little bit scared. So some of them go to cryptocurrencies, but as you know, some people also are worried about cryptocurrencies because the cryptocurrency is a little bit virtual. So they like something a little bit more concrete. So they go to gold. So holding physical gold is probably something which you have no intermediaries. You're sure that is there, and you're sure you can be using it the day you need it. So my opinion, you're going to have all of this present, different needs, very, very difficult to try to imagine that in 25 years down the road, if one of them is going to prevail.
Yeah, it's so interesting because gold, of course, always been a traditional safe haven that people flock to at times of uncertainty. But I just want to turn our attention now to Lebanon, of course, where you live. How's life been treating you since you escaped Japan? And that was almost 7 years ago now.
Well, look, Lebanon is as you know, it's a martyr country. under a lot of pressures from different angles. There is a financial crisis, there is an economic crisis, there is a social crisis, there is war on the border, there is a political crisis. So all kinds of crises exist in Lebanon. But beside that, this is a country which is beautiful, which has a lot of resources. It has a lot of talented people, unfortunately exercising their talent more outside the country than inside the country. So I think this is a country that when it will find stability, it will, rise. It will rise again. But nobody's able to predict when this will happen. One concerning myself, I'm enjoying the good part of Lebanon. Obviously, I'm not involved into politics. I'm involved into social work to help people who are in need. But mainly, I'm staying on the side of it. And because I'm staying on the side of it, I can enjoy the beauty of Lebanon. I can enjoy the warmth of its population. I can enjoy everything Lebanon has to offer for not only its population, but also for the people who have the courage to visit it in these circumstances.
And you, of course, know everything about crisis management. Do you think you'll ever be involved in the political scene in Lebanon?
No, I would not be involved, but I said I would be ready to help. Any person who would be legitimately elected to a responsibility, as long as they ask for this help, I'm ready to put my own experience to serve the country, which hospitality has been great for me. I'm ready to do that. But involved into the political game, no, I'm not interested.
And do you think that Lebanon will ever normalize ties with Israel?
Well, I think that, in my opinion, yes, it will happen. Maybe not now, but it will happen in the future, because this is really a basic condition for Lebanon to rise again. As long as Lebanon is in a state of war and a state of conflict, it's going to be very difficult to see how people are going to be investing in and how the economy is going to be shaped up. I don't see how it has to happen. So we'll have to be patient to make sure that the stars are going to be aligned until peace, not only with Israel, but peace with Syria, peace with all the neighbors, peace in the region happens. So finally, people take care of what matters, which is education, energy, employment, everything which matters for the citizens.
And Carlos, you've been ordered to stand trial in France next year alongside the culture minister over alleged corruption following a long-running investigation. You were, of course, the CEO of Renault. What do you make of these allegations against you?
Well, I have a difficulty to take them very seriously. Obviously, I'm not aware of all the investigation because I've been cut out of the file so far. I hope that one day they're going to give me the content of this accusation. But frankly, these accusations are based on two things: that this contract with Rashida Dati was secretive. I don't know how you can maintain a contract between a political figure and a large company like Renault secretive, because this person had to receive money every month. So you have treasury, you have control, you have auditors. She had to work inside the company. She contacted a lot of executives. So frankly, this allegation that it was a secretive contract, in my opinion, is not very serious. So hopefully we're going to be able to demonstrate it. The second one is they said that she was lobbying on behalf of Renault for the European in the European Commission. She was a House representative of Europe, and there are 500 of them. And frankly, we didn't need one member between 500 to lobby for Renault. I was, I remind you, the head of the ACEA, which is the association of all the car manufacturers in Europe. So I had the European Commissioner directly online whenever I needed something. So it doesn't stand too much. And then the last thing is, whenever there is a crime, there is a benefit. So I was asking a very simple question. What was my benefit? If somebody benefited from these so-called crimes or alleged crimes, It's Renault. So how come that Renault is not in the box of the suspects or the accused? You know, and I am dragged into this. The whole thing is very difficult to understand, but let's wait for the trial to see how this is going to be ending up. I think common sense will prevail, and I'm not very worried.
So you're denying the allegations against you, and you won't be going back for the trial, I'm guessing?
Well, I analyze the allegation. You know, usually when you're being accused of something, you have to analyze them to see if there is anything substantial or anything that makes sense. And frankly, from what I know, everything I analyze, in my opinion, doesn't stand a real analysis that hopefully will be made by the judge. But let's wait and see.
So, Carlos, you are now effectively exiled to Lebanon thanks to an Interpol red notice seeking your arrest. And I always wonder, and a question I would like to ask you, do you feel like you are the victim or do you feel like you're a villain?
What do you think? But this is an easy question to answer. I'm a victim. I've said it from the beginning for 7 years. I'm not saying I'm a victim, but I'm illustrating it with facts and illustrating it with data. I'm illustrating it with witnesses. I'm talking a lot about this case. Obviously, not a lot of people are interested today. They are more interested into what I can give in terms of management and in terms of experience. But this case is going to have to be dealt with the legal system in France. Without any doubt, I was victim of a plot. I can demonstrate it, and hopefully somebody not only will listen to it, but also will be able to make a decision on it.
And your future? You know, tell me a little bit of where you see yourself in the next 5 years. Do you think you'll still be in Lebanon? You're talking about people interested in your management skills. What are the future plans for you, Carlos Ghosn?
Look, that means my life in Lebanon, I'm happy with my life in Lebanon today. Obviously, I have a lot of opportunities to help and support a lot of people. Unfortunately, these opportunities are being handicapped by the fact that I cannot leave the country. And I cannot leave the country essentially because the Interpol red notice that you mentioned has been asked by Japan, and Japan is not going to release it because Japan usually after a red notice, because you are in a country which do not extradite their citizen, which by the way is not only the case of Lebanon, it's also the case of France or the case of Brazil, and I'm citizen of the 3 countries. Usually if you're really looking for justice, you transfer your file to the country where you are based in order to justice to be rendered. Well, Japanese legal system dubbed by the United Nations hostage justice system is not going to do that, because if they do that and we really defend it in front of an objective justice system, they may lose face. So I have to look for other means to get rid of this red notice, because I don't think a Japanese authority is going to be releasing it soon.
Carlos Ghosn, it was a pleasure to speak to you. Thank you so much for your time with me today.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome to Arabiya English with me, Michal Prendergast. I'm here with the UFC CEO Dana White for a special interview to speak about some of the biggest stories shaping the future of MMA, from heavyweight showdowns and Saudi expansion to a historic White House event, Conor McGregor's return, and the future of streaming. Thanks so much for your time, Dana. I'd like to start with Aspinall versus Game. How important is this for the heavyweight division?
Yeah, this fight's a big deal, not just for the division, but for both guys on Saturday. Obviously, if Aspinall lives up to what he's, expected to be, he should go in there and make quick work of Cyril Gane this weekend. Cyril Gane looked like he was going to be the guy up until, the John Jones fight. And, Saturday night's big for him. If he can go in and beat Tom Aspinall, and the guy's light on his feet. He got great hands, moves like a middleweight, goes to the ground. He's got a great ground game. It's a big fight for both these guys on Saturday, not just the division.
You're going to be in Saudi Arabia next week for Power Slap. Also, the growth of Zuffa boxing through His Excellency, one of your close friends, Turki Al-Sheikh. How influential has he been in the world of boxing?
No, I saw Power Slap and I thought that it could do well if it was presented right. And the live event is incredible. If you go to the live event, you immediately become a fan. And then as far as Turki Al-Sheikh with the Zuffa boxing, it wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for him. I probably would not have gotten into boxing if it wasn't for Sheikh Turki.
And he's a close friend of yours now. What is it in particular that he's adding into the equation? Of course, they're investing a lot of money, but it's more than that, isn't it?
Yeah, listen, in boxing, it's all about the money. The big fights that you want to see don't happen unless, it took Saudi money to make those fights happen. And, I think that he has reinvigorated and kickstarted the sport of boxing. So enough to get me interested again. So, what he's done is pretty incredible.
You've called the White House UFC event the greatest card in fight history. President Trump has obviously played an enormous role in this. What has been your opinion of his influence in proceedings?
He was the inspiration, all of it. He's the one that asked me, I think we should do a fight at the White House. And I said, I'm in. Say when. So, yeah, it was his idea. He's got this big thing about the White House belonging to the people, and he wants to bring more events and more people to come and experience not just Washington, D.C., but the White House.
An octagon on the White House lawn? This surely provides an unprecedented security problem, especially after those assassination attempts. How is the UFC dealing with this?
It's a big issue, but that's going to be Secret Service, and there'll be less than 5,000 people there, and we don't even know how we're going to do ticketing yet. But the Ellipse across the street, there'll be, we can have 85,000 people over there. We'll do screens and a big stage. We're going to basically roll in and take over Washington, D.C. that week. The UFC will.
Conor McGregor has announced on Fox that he's going to be fighting on the card. He's going to be fighting Michael Chandler. What do you think of that?
That's not true. We haven't made one fight yet. Not one fight has been made.
A bit of speculation from Mystic Mac.
Yes, he's speculating. Yes, he wants that fight very badly. I don't think there's any secret about that. He and I actually talked today, and he seems like he's in a good place mentally, emotionally, and now he's got to physically get ready if he wants to fight on that card.
Marvin Hagler, he famously said, it's hard to keep the hunger. It's hard to get up at 5 a.m. and go running when you're sleeping in silk sheets. Yeah. Is that the case for Conor McGregor now?
And on yachts. Yachts make it tough too. But yes, if we can get the motivated, fired up Conor McGregor, from the past back, then maybe he'll be headlining the White House.
You've got a long-standing friendship with President Trump. After the first assassination attempt, he called you. You were on holiday in Italy. You flew back and you gave the opening speech at his next rally. This is surely a testament to your friendship.
Yeah, it was. It's always an honor. I love the guy, and when he calls, whatever he needs. I love the guy. He's been a great friend of me for a long time, and
During your speech at Trump's rally, you said Trump is a real American badass. How do you describe his Democratic opponent, Kamala Harris?
I don't think I want to go there, but listen. Let's just say the right person won the election.
In this White House event, John Jones has stated he would like to be back in the running, or is the timeline too tight?
I don't know. We'll see. John retired and he wants to fight at the White House. The likelihood of him fighting in the White House is, I don't know. I don't see it happening.
We just spoke earlier about mentality and hard work as well. There's often a huge plethora of videos online now, often of you and Joe Rogan, Jordan Peterson, often advising young children about work ethic. How important is it today with a softer generation, let's say, to encourage people to work hard, to go above and beyond, to try and succeed?
I don't know. I don't think that. I mean, it's everything. If you have work ethic, if you have anything that you want to accomplish in life, any goals you've ever set for yourself, any dreams that you have, the only way to get there is by hard work. You have to work hard. You have to, lots of bad things happen every day that you have to power through. I don't ever try to come off like I'm trying to be some motivational speaker or anything like that. Most of that stuff is cut up from long-form interviews that I do. But there's no secret that I think that this younger generation is soft. And I also think that right now, with technology and all the things that are going on, there's never been more opportunity for young people than there is right now. So I say it all the time, if you got this much of it in you, it's all out there for the taking. Everybody, these kids have opportunities these days that my generation never had. Go get it.
Just to finish, Dana, the $7.7 billion Paramount deal is going to change the face of not only UFC, but sports watching. Everything is moving to streaming. How excited are you for this?
Very. And I think what makes me even more excited is how excited they are for this. So we've gotten the teams together a few times now, and the Paramount CBS people are so excited about being in business with us. It makes us even more excited being in business with them.
Dana White, thanks so much for your time.
Thanks for having me. Pleasure.
From rebuilding diplomatic ties and benefiting from billions in bilateral trade to thinly veiled threats and accusations of war crimes, relations between Turkey and Israel have hit their lowest point in years. As regional tensions escalate, could a new flashpoint be on the horizon in the new year? That debate coming up on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora.
Hello, and thank you very much indeed for joining us for this special interview on the sidelines of the IISS Manama Dialogue here in the Bahraini capital. Well, I'm joined now by Dr. Konstantinos Kombos, who is the Cypriot Minister of Foreign Affairs. Thank you very much indeed for speaking to Arabiya English.
Thank you very much.
You gave an address at this summit in which you focused on the threat posed by Russia, Iran and the Houthis. What was your call to action?
The point I was making was that we're facing, in general, a threat because of the situation in the Red Sea. This is affecting maritime navigation, it's affecting economies, and at the same time, there is not the same kind of horizontal or level playing field in the sense that the impact is not shared in the same way. One has to look at the insurance premiums. It's obvious that there is some preferential treatment taking place. So my call for action was basically we need a strategy. We need to raise the issue that this is important and affecting our interests collectively. And right now, I don't believe we have a coherent strategies to the military, the political, the financial, all the various aspects that could make up for a comprehensive strategy.
Yemen is not exactly next to Cyprus. It's about 2,000 kilometers away from your country. So why are the Houthis and their activities such a focus for you, and why were they such a focus of your address?
If we take as a yardstick the geographical proximity, Yemen is closer to us in terms of distance than Brussels. But more important than that is the fact that we have a very strong shipping sector, 11th largest commercial fleet in the world, third in terms of ship management in the world, around 20% of the ship management that takes place is through Cyprus. So we are very much affected like everyone else. The problem we have is not with any specific kind of factor, is with the fact that maritime navigation has been affected. And this is something that we cannot take lightly. We need to take the necessary course of action to make sure that our interests are protected and try and find the best possible way of doing it. At the moment, I don't think we have calibrated our approach, taking into account the positions of the regional actors, the regional players that are very much affected directly by this. So we need to come together and have the conversation, at least have the conversation and start from that.
Cyprus is less than 1,000 kilometers away from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And as you're speaking to Arabiya English, I just wondered if you could tell us, how would you characterize the relationship between Cyprus and Riyadh?
I believe we have a very strong relation. Just recently in New York in September during the General Assembly High-Level Week, we signed a general cooperation agreement, which is something that's very important in institutional terms for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We are having regular contacts with my counterpart and at various other levels. The whole point is for us, we need to accelerate and deepen rather the relation. There is plenty of opportunity for both sides. Cyprus is the bridge, if you like, between Europe and the Middle East and the Gulf. There are many interesting projects and potential in terms of the future direction. The region is not just about crisis, it's about opportunities. And there are connectivity projects, energy projects, various opportunities for investment and for collaborating. So we're extending this thought process towards our Saudi friends, and we're continuing the intense dialogue we already have to try and make this yield tangible results and outcomes for both our peoples.
Another relationship I'd like to ask you about is the fact that Cyprus recognized the state of Palestine a very long time ago, in 1988. You also have close ties with Israel. I'm wondering, how does Cyprus lever those unique relationships to try to ease the tensions?
We have excellent relations both with all the Arab countries and with Israel. And this, we believe, puts us in a rather unique position in terms of also being a member state of the European Union. So these are not relations that have been formed or cultivated in the last 2 or 3 years. These are relations that have been growing for a number of years. They are built on trust, of course on mutual interest and honesty. And we have been consistent in our approach and we're predictable in our approach. So this enables us to sometimes be more frank and open when we talk to our counterparts, to our friends from the region and say, what do you think is right, wrong, in our personal opinion. So we're trying to be a facilitator. We're trying to be a country that is friendly to everyone in the region, simply because we believe that we cannot change geography and you have no other option than to work together. The potential is so much, it's there, and we need to take the maximum use out of it.
The US President Donald Trump has been extremely active in trying to broker peace between the two sides. He had his 20-point plan. I gather your president had 6 points of his own. What has been Cyprus's involvement in this particular aspect of the peace process?
Let me first start by saying that the plan by President Trump has basically been something that is giving hope to the region. It's a remarkable achievement. We need to make sure now it's been fully implemented. My president's positioning in relation to this was how we can move into the implementation phase. And in relation to the 20 points, in relation to 6 of those points, we believe that Cyprus can have its own small contribution. We're not pretending that we're going to solve or apply or implement the whole plan, and no one can do it on its own, but we believe you need to have synergies. And there are sectors like reconstruction in terms of security, there are sectors, parts of the plan that we could be relevant because of geography, because of the excellent relations that you mentioned earlier with all the stakeholders. So we're trying to build up on what we have already been doing in terms of the humanitarian front, through the maritime humanitarian corridor that we have been using for a long time now. Around 30,000 tons of aid have reached Gaza through Cyprus. So we're continuing on that basis, and we're also trying to leverage whatever we can in terms of the relation we have with Israel and the other regional partners to make sure that we can contribute to the implementation of the plan to a limited way and subject, of course, to the situation as being developed on the ground.
While we're talking about Israel, there have been numerous reports in the newspapers, including an expose run by Haaretz newspaper, an Israeli newspaper, shining a light on what it described as Israel's attempt to create a so-called backyard in Cyprus. They're talking about the Israeli buying of land parcels, property, and so on. Are you concerned that your country's neutrality could be affected by these developments?
Cyprus neutrality is well established. It's part of our very careful balancing between the various conflicting, in some cases, parties. Yes, there is a strong relation with Israel, like there is with Egypt, with Jordan, with Saudi Arabia, with every country in the Gulf. So we are one of the very few countries in the European Union that has diplomatic missions in all the countries in the Gulf. So it's not like it's a pick-of-choose situation. Yes, there is Israeli presence, like there is presence from many other countries. It's about attracting investment. It's about being a center for the provision of services and a center for a popular destination for tourism. So part of it is also misinformation campaigns. We have heard in the past from various proxies that have targeted Cyprus, trying to create their own narrative in relation to the island. But I believe that, like every country, we have the right to define ourselves and how we position ourselves. And I don't think it's in anyone's right or privilege, if you like, to have the capacity to paint us in any color they want. We are having our own approach, our own foreign policy for the best interest of the Republic of Cyprus primarily, then the European Union and our region as the closest partner to that region from the European continent.
And just lastly, Dr. Komos, Cyprus is going to take over the presidency of the EU in January. One of your priorities, I know, is migration. Just tell us, what do you think overall Cyprus is going to bring to the table?
Cyprus is going to try and bring to the table the excitement and the enthusiasm of a small state that has a presidency. For us, it's a huge challenge, and we are going to try and work the maximum of our capacity to come through as an honest broker. We also want to make sure that the focus turns to other issues, not only on Ukraine, which will remain the top priority, of course, for us, but to this region as well. And the region not just as a crisis hotspot, but also as a land of opportunity. Maritime security, very important for us. Migration, very important for us. We are trying to put on the agenda issues that are perhaps being neglected because of everything else that is happening around the world. So let me clarify, this is going to be a presidency that is very much focused on the priorities of the European Union per se. We have the MFF, which is basically setting up the financial situation in Europe for the next few years. We have to negotiate that. Ukraine, how we can ensure the resilience and the support, our support towards Ukraine. And then we also have the shifting or the sharing of the focus also in relation to this part of the world.
We wish you and Cyprus all the best with taking up that EU presidency. Thank you very much indeed for your time, Dr. Konstantinos Komos, Cypriot Minister of Foreign Affairs. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
And thanks to you for watching this special edition here on Al Arabiya English.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
From rebuilding diplomatic ties and benefiting from billions in bilateral trade to thinly veiled threats and accusations of war crimes, relations between Turkey and Israel have hit their lowest point in years. As regional tensions escalate, could a new flashpoint be on the horizon in the new year? You're watching Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. Gaza, Syria, Iran, and now Somaliland in the Horn of Africa Political powerhouses, Turkey and Israel, are increasingly on opposite sides of regional ruptures. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu gave this indirect warning to Turkey recently.
To those who fantasize they can reestablish their empires and their dominion over our lands, I say, forget it. It's not going to happen. Don't even think about it.
Turkey doesn't consider itself the antagonist. President Recep Tayyip Erdogan has used consecutive UN General Assembly speeches to repeat this one message.
I would like to state very clearly and loudly here, the Israeli government is disregarding basic human rights, trampling on international law at every opportunity, is practicing ethnic cleansing, a clear genocide against the nation, a people, and occupying their lands step by step.
But as little as 3 years ago, things looked very different. After a concerted period of rebuilding, the two countries restored full diplomatic ties in 2022. The Israeli president even visited a synagogue in Istanbul that year. So how and why did their relationship sour? Coming up, we'll debate if a Turkey-Israel confrontation is on the horizon, what geopolitical flashpoints have poisoned their relations, and what impact will Israel's recognition of Somaliland have on ongoing diplomatic disputes? Joining us for this discussion is James Jeffrey, former US Special Envoy to Syria and former US Ambassador to Turkey. Dan Pfefferman is joining us, a co-editor of Middle East 24 and an expert in international affairs and security. And rounding out our panel is Cenzig Ferhat, retired Turkish ambassador who has worked in various roles at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Gentlemen, welcome to Counterpoints and thanks for being with us. Well, the region has seen an incremental collapse of the diplomatic relationship between Israel and Turkey in recent years. It took about a decade to repair and restore the diplomatic ties, but in less than 3 years, it appears that's all been undone. Turkey has imposed trade restrictions, airspace bans, and there's been a near total diplomatic severance on both sides. Cenzig, let's start with you first. In recent years, we've seen various red lines crossed without many international consequences. Is a Turkey-Israel conflict, direct or indirect, on the horizon?
Thank you, and good to be with you again. Now, concerning a direct conflict, a war of some sort, I don't think so. I don't rule it out, but I don't think so. But concerning indirect confrontation, I think it's already ongoing. It's happening on the ground in many fields. When you look at what's happened in Syria, when you look at what's happening in Cyprus, in the Eastern Mediterranean, etc., it's already happening. When you look at things from Ankara's perspective, you see that in Syria, Ankara wants a unitary state, wants the Syrian government to be successful. We want to see that a new parliament is formed, a democratic sort of government comes into force, and it's a running, stable country. And what we see is a destabilizing Israel in the region. Its efforts concerning the Eastern Mediterranean, how it's acting with the Greek Cypriots, with Greece, how it's acting with the minorities in Syria, how it's supporting the SDF, PKK in Syria, etc., is all destabilizing for our region in terms of Ankara. But when you look at what Israel has been doing also in Somaliland, for example, that's another step in the destabilization efforts of Israel as we see it from our perspective.
OK, I'll bring Dan in here now for a comment and a reaction to some of those statements. What do you make of what Cengiz has been saying? Is an indirect conflict between Turkey and Israel already happening?
Thank you. I don't know if I would call it a conflict. I will talk about it as a rivalry. I will talk about it as a conflict of interest at the moment that doesn't necessarily need to exist. And so you see tensions, certainly. You see a kind of maneuvering, both geopolitical, economic, military maneuvering. But I think, and I certainly would hope, both leaderships, the Israeli and the Turkish leadership, would be smart enough and wise enough to avoid any kind of direct conflict. You're talking about probably the two most competent and powerful militaries in the region. You're talking about two very close allies of the United States and of the West in many regards. And you're talking about two countries that have had very close historic, strategic, economic, intelligence, diplomatic ties that have been cut off recently. What we're seeing has been sort of an about-face on behalf of the current Turkish leadership, which has been in power for over 20 years in this regard, and has sought to frame itself as sort of the counterweight to the West in some regards, as a counterweight to Israel, as the protector rhetorically, symbolically, politically, financially of the Palestinian issue, the sort of savior of Al-Quds, of Jerusalem. Of course, the Turks used to control the land that is today Israel for many hundreds of years. But ultimately, the two sides have much more to gain from being in cooperation than from being in conflict. And there's no real deeply divisive issues that are zero-sum issues between the two. Whether we look at the Palestinian issue, ultimately, I think both sides would benefit from a stable and moderate Palestinian leadership and reconstruction of Gaza. If we're looking at East Africa, there certainly does not need to be any kind of conflict there regarding Somalia and Somaliland. And of course, even in the Eastern Mediterranean, all sides would benefit from economic and infrastructure and energy cooperation rather than competition and rivalry.
Mm-hmm. James, what about you as a former ambassador in that part of the world? Is this an indirect conflict? Is that how you see it? Or is it more, as Dan has framed it, as maybe a bit of a rivalry? And given that both of these countries and both the leaders, Netanyahu and Erdogan, have good relationships with President Trump, where does the US fit in this increasing tense situation?
Thanks for having me on. I would agree with Cengiz and Dan. This really isn't a conflict, it's a rivalry. One, it's from the history of geopolitics, not unsurprising that the two remaining last powers standing in the Middle East, with Iran's, at least for the moment, dramatic weakening, are going to rub against each other. And the two areas are, of course, Gaza and Syria. I was in Turkey last week, and somewhat previously I was in Israel, both to raise this issue. And what the Turks told me was, hey, we haven't criticized Israel much over what it's done in Lebanon. It's a specific issue with Gaza on the Palestinian people. And with Syria, we just don't understand what Israel is doing. I think these are fixable. The two leaders, I've dealt with both of them, really do not like each other. That's another complicating factor. The problem is, seen in Washington, there's a bit of a worry that Israel is not doing the kind of geopolitical thinking that we have been so used to with Israel, and also Turkey for that matter, beyond the Erdogan rhetoric over many years. The best example is this outreach to Cyprus and Greece. I'm an expert, if there's anything I'm an expert in my 50 years, is the Greek-Turkish conflict. I don't think the Israelis know what they're getting into. On that one, it is Greece that's the anti-status quo power, trying to overturn a whole series of Greek-Turkish arrangements that the international community supported from literally 1914 to 1960. The Greeks, however, are also smart, and they don't want to provoke a much larger partner. But with the backing of Israel, there will be nationalistic forces in Greece. Look what happened in 1974 with the nationalists on Cyprus, who will provoke a possible crisis. So that's something I think Jerusalem needs to really look at.
Cengiz, what do you make of Dan's assertions there? It was the suggestion that it's Recep Tayyip Erdogan's posture, it's his about-face that has brought about this deterioration of relationships, that perhaps the blame lies on Turkey's side.
Well, if you're going to start naming, I don't think that's the correct path to go down the line. We've been looking at how Israel has been behaving for quite some time now. They haven't had any big issue with Turkey, and we had very close relationship, as Dan stated before as well. But these, in the last couple of years, and especially after the massacre of 7th of October, the Israeli government, the current government, which is behaving in a very ultra-right-wing attitude, has gone down a path that is uncontrollable. I see it like a truck going downhill with no brakes. As Ambassador Jeffries said, they're getting into areas which they were not involved in before, thinking, yes, you know, if you're going to talk against me, then you're my enemy. If somebody talks against you because you're doing something bad in Gaza, you don't have to go and put a stick in a running bicycle. Now, concerning Cyprus and the Eastern Mediterranean, they're really going into a powder keg with a torch in their hands. And this is going to be very dangerous. They've been supplying Greece and the Greek Cypriots with heavy armaments able to hit Turkey. So when we're talking about conflict, I'm not talking about actual conflict, but indirect preparations for a conflict. Maybe I could rephrase it in that way. In Syria, they hit bases where Turkey was going to come in and help the government of Syria. These are bases that were given to Turkey to use in Syria. They hit these bases where Turkish preparations were ongoing, for example. And this has been highly publicized in the Israeli media. We hit the Turks, we hit the Turks. Now, if you're talking about having economic, cultural, societal interlinkages, which is the way we should go down the line, I agree with Dan on that one. And I agree with Ambassador Jeffries completely. I think both Israel and Turkey have to sit down and talk and compromise. There's no need to have an Israel, from the perspective of Israel, a completely downgraded Syria, a fragile state, maybe divided into 4 or 5 different pieces, so there could be no threat to Israel. Listen, a unified Syria under the current government would, or maybe some other government that's going to come into force, but a unified Syria will not be a threat as it currently stands to Israel anyway. I really don't understand, as Ambassador Jeffrey said, I don't understand the geopolitics behind Israel's attitude at the moment. You're going after weak linkages. You're going after people who are, or countries or entities that are much weaker than you, and you want everybody to be destroyed and divided, conquer and rule. This is new colonization. This is not the geopolitics that Israel should be pursuing.
Okay.
We should rather sit down.
Let me jump in there real quick.
Go ahead.
That is, we don't know what a unified Syria under al-Shara will turn out like. There is some possibility that it will be hostile towards Israel, although all of the signs so far have been that they're very careful. And they might invite the Iranians back in. But I can promise my friends in Israel, if you have a divided 2 or 3 fighting, squabbling elements or parts of Syria, essentially what we had during the period 2011 and to 2024, trust me, you will be dealing with Iran and Hezbollah back in Syria, period.
So, Dan, jump in there. What's your take on that? Is Turkey really a threat, or is Israel just trying to provoke weaker neighbours in an effort to try and break the current balance of power in the region?
Well, I think the truth here lies somewhere in the middle. We have to look, first of all, I would push back at the kind of use of any kind of neo-colonialism leveraged at Israel. I don't think Israel has the size, the power, or the mindset to do any of that kind of shaping in the region, but it is a stronger, more powerful, larger country than it used to be, and it is trying to find its space. Israel's moves are largely defensive in nature, trying to either build alliances around where it senses there are threats, Syria, it senses, since the Iranian presence was pushed out or severely weakened, it is trying to push back, perhaps incorrectly. I might agree with the ambassador's point there, that oftentimes the Israeli government's actions in Syria have been a bit puzzling, maybe a bit, perhaps a bit alarmist, but I certainly understand where they come from, given the history of Iranian-controlled militias and terrorist groups utilizing Syrian territory. By the way, it hasn't stopped. That continues to launch strikes at Israel. Of course, Syria helped and harbored Hezbollah and other Iranian proxies who were targeting and operating against Israel for the better part of the last 2 decades. In this sense, I think there's a lot of ample room for Israel and Turkey to be working together rather than in rivalry, because ultimately a stable Turkey that doesn't threaten a stable Syria that doesn't threaten Turkey or Israel is in both countries' interests, and I think keeping the Iranian presence out is of importance. But what I think the ambassador downplays here is the aggressive tone and the kind of harboring of Hamas that the Turkish government has taken in recent years, using incredibly provocative language against the Israeli government, against its actions, against its policies vis-a-vis the Palestinians. And Turkey has the opportunity here to play a much more positive and constructive role than it has. But there's an element here that trust with Israel and with the Israeli public, who historically have been very pro-Turkey, at least certainly the Turkish people. This used to be the top destination spot for Israeli tourists for any number of years was Turkey. And from Israel's perspective, that fell off the cliff with a very hostile sort of Islamist, ultra-nationalist Turkish government that seemed to embrace, again, at least rhetorically and symbolically, embrace the hardline Palestinian cause, the Hamas leadership, which to some extent is harbored by Turkey and others by Qatar. And so there needs to be kind of a trust building, and I think Syria could actually be a good place to start in that regard, and certainly to lower the rhetorical flames around the Gaza and the Palestinian issue.
Ambassador Firat, what do you make of that? I mean, we saw recently Hamas political bureau meeting with the foreign ministry in Turkey.
Well, listen, when we're talking about the Palestinians, it's not only Hamas. Palestinian homeland, Palestine, Palestinians is not just Hamas. Whenever an Israeli interlocutor talks about Palestinians, they straight away equal the two together. This is not the case as far as we're concerned. When we see all of the massacres, the children, the women, the famine, still ongoing suffering in Gaza, what's happening in West Bank, etc., this has a repercussion here in Turkey. People react. They genuinely react. They're sorry to see all of this, the massacres. And I said, look, the 7th of October was a massacre, unacceptable. But what happened after that, what Israel did after that until today, is completely unacceptable, off the charts. I don't want to even use the words that you will react to, but you understand what I'm going to say. So when you talk about the Turkish government, no, the Turkish people in general are reacting. It doesn't matter who they support, which party they support. This is something that Israel has to understand. This is not defending Israel. This is exterminating a people on the ground, helpless people on the ground, along with, yes, as far as you're concerned, Hamas militants on the ground. But if you don't distinguish between the two, that's a different case. If you attack other countries like Syria, if you arm the Southern Cypriots, if you arm Greece against Turkey, these are all hostile actions as far as we're concerned. So Israel has to calm down. We all have to calm down. We all have to speak to each other, but not in the tone of, Israel is defending itself. Yes, Israel is defending itself by attacking Syria at the moment, by attacking Lebanon at the moment, by recognizing Somaliland, by arming Greece, by arming Cyprus. If I go on and on and on and on, there are actions taken by Israel, which Ambassador Jeffries also says. It's, I'm sorry to say this, it's not geopolitical in nature. It's very reactionary. It's very action-oriented. Then you're going to have a reaction from others.
Okay.
Yeah, I would just say I differentiate between what Israel is doing that's clearly in its security interest, even if everybody doesn't like it. I have supported 100% politically, not just Israel reaction to the 7th of October, but frankly, the very violent campaign to destroy Hamas in Gaza, just like as Cengiz Bey may remember, as a U.S. official, I supported very positively Turkish actions against the PKK. Both inside Turkey and in Iraq. But the point is, where I differentiate is, I certainly understand Lebanon policy from Israel's standpoint. I even understand the southern Syria with the Druze, given the political impact they have inside of Israel and given Israeli sensitivity to its close borders. It's this kind of, the enemy of my enemy is my friend kind of thing. I'll be honest. I don't think the Israeli people want to have a fight in the Aegean. They don't have the capability to support the SDF, and that's a group I have worked with very closely up till now. Mm-hmm. They claim they're not getting support from Israel. There are others, including Turkey, but also others who deny that, and I feel very bad about that because I have seen the Kurds crushed in 2017 in Iraq when outsiders, including Israel, promised them things and couldn't deliver. And I've seen the SDF crushed in 2019 by Turkey because the SDF did not act quick enough on deals that we had negotiated. So the SDF is not going to be defended by anyone, not the U.S. Army, not the Israeli Army. And Israel needs to really watch that because Turkey sees that not only as an immediate threat, but impacting their whole reconciliation with the PKK inside Turkey, which is a huge issue.
Okay. Ambassador Jeffrey there has raised Syria. So let's move on to the second component of our debate about these geopolitical flashpoint areas. Israel, as we've been discussing as well, recently supplied air defence missiles to the administration of southern Cyprus. They've also signed that trilateral strategic agreement in defence and security with them and Greece. And in Syria, both have very diverging views over governance and security across the country. And now a third potential front has opened with regards to their diplomatic divisions, that in the Horn of Africa. So, Dan, let's ask you then, responding to what Ambassador Jeffrey has said, but also it's very clear, and Turkey has been very firm, that it benefits Turkey on multiple fronts to have a stable Syria next door. Can the same be said for Israel? Because there are accusations that it's in Netanyahu's benefit to have a destabilised Syria, like it has been in his benefit to have a destabilised Lebanon.
Well, I would say I think Israel's still trying to find its feet on Syria. It still doesn't know what to make of the al-Shara administration. And I think you would need to see more back-channel dialogues and maybe more positive international kind of mediation here in this sense. Israel doesn't necessarily lose anything. In fact, it could benefit if there is a stabilized and secure and centralized Syria. The question is what would be the nature of that Syrian government? And I think the region would have to forgive Israel for being suspicious of someone who is a former al-Qaeda terrorist on the U.S. wanted list. Someone who until recently has changed, and yes, people can change, people can grow up, etc. We're all aware of how leadership can change in that regard. It would ultimately benefit Israel to have a positive relation, and it was even touted not more than just a few months ago that Syria could be a potential for joining the Abraham Accords. You certainly see the right language coming out of Damascus, while at the same time you see kind of jihadist-backed, some have linked them to Turkey as well, but kind of jihadist-backed militias who are connected to, maybe not directly controlled by the central regime in Syria, wreaking havoc on minorities. And Israel has sort of taken it upon itself, we can discuss if that's smart or not, as to be sort of a protector, certainly of the Druze, and Ambassador Jeffrey mentioned Israel's sensitivity to the Druze in the region. The Druze play a very important role within Israel's population. And so they have a very close family affinities, political affinities to the Druze if they are threatened in southern Syria, in the Suwaida area, but also to any kind of minorities who feel threatened in the region. And so Israel at times has kind of staked out a position for itself to be sort of the unofficial defender of those. But I do agree with Ambassador Jeffries that there needs to be a limit to this. There needs to be caution to this regard. And once again, I agree with the other point is that at the end of the day, there should be a lot more cooperation and dialogue, maybe return to a strategic dialogue with the United States brokered between Jerusalem and Ankara over Syria, because I believe Israel will not benefit in the long term if there is a divided and weak Syria. The potential return of Iran to that is the threat here.
Ambassador Furat, what do you think? I mean, is it that there is a need for Israel to feel more trust in this new regime, or does Turkey see Israel's defense of the Druze community differently?
Now, to come back to 2 points on Syria. Now, the first point is think about Turkey's security interests as well. Now, Turkey doesn't want to have the PKK, a terrorist organization with which we have been fighting an internal insurgency for quite some time on its borders. We don't want, they're being paid by the US at the moment for their salaries, they're being trained by the US, etc., etc. I understand the US point of view on that and the ambassador's point of view. But as far as we're concerned, it's a terrorist organization. It's something that is unacceptable to have a terrorist organization controlling our borders, on the other side of our borders in Syria. So to have two armies in Syria is also unacceptable. So the 10th of March accord that al-Shara signed with the SDF, which is running out at the end of the year, should come into effect. This is what we expect. And Turkey will react if it's not adhered to. It's as simple as that. If Hamas had set up 100,000 strong force in the borders with Israel, I'm sure Israel would react as well. So as far as, or if the same thing happened in the US would react as well. So Turkey has security concerns, and Israel has to understand that. And Israel has to stop also interfering in our relationship with the SDF, PKK in Syria. As far as America is concerned, as far as the US is concerned, we don't agree with the actions of CENTCOM on this issue. And unfortunately, they're also going in the wrong direction. We need to come to an accord in Syria where the SDF has to join the national army and where we can have a unison army, a unison governance. Now, second part of your question, on Aegean and other flashpoints, etc. Concerning what's happening there, we're all allies. The US, Greece, Turkey, we're all allies in NATO. We've had a lot of armament. It's an armament race happening as far as the Greeks and the Greek Cypriots are concerned. They're buying like crazy. They're spending like crazy. And it's not, they're not doing this to adhere to the rules of NATO, where they have to come up to 3.5% or up to 5%, etc. They're doing this against Turkey. And when Israel is the source of weapons procurement for these countries, that rings alarm bells in terms of the actions and the intentions of Israel in our region. When you have a trilateral meeting that took place in Jerusalem, and when they talked about an intervention force of 2,500 soldiers, rapid intervention force, against who? The pirates of Somalia?
Ambassador Jeffrey, I see you smiling there. What do you make of that? I mean, I want you to comment on two things. First of all, I want to go back to what was said a little bit earlier about, do you think that For as much as Syria is saying that maybe they're considering joining the broader Middle Eastern pact known as the Abraham Accords, is that just lip service to President Trump? Because it seems like Syria and Israel are a long way off from that. And also, is Israel inserting itself into this Eastern Mediterranean powder keg, as we heard Ambassador Ferrer describe it, purely to sort of thumb their nose at Turkey?
I was focusing on the Eastern Mediterranean question. What was the first?
Abraham Accords. Is Syria really likely to sign up, or is this lip service to President Trump? I mean, does Israel honestly think that it's going to?
I'd ask the Israelis that. I don't think Trump thinks so. I think that everybody understands that the country can't sign up to the Abraham Accords as long as the Golan Heights issue remains unresolved between Syria and Israel. But we could get Syria to sign up to essentially a new version of the 1974 ceasefire agreement between Israel and Syria. That's what I know the Trump administration is working on. On the Eastern Mediterranean, again, my problem is, and look, I've spent much of the last 2 years defending Israel, and I understand their problems, and I would just use Cengiz's language, and actually Cengiz used it himself. How would you feel if you have a large terrorist force on your border? Well, Israel had a 30,000 strong terrorist force, Hamas, on its border. And what it saw is, and I haven't gone into this yet, but not just the Turkish people being outraged at how Israel reacted. I disagree with that outrage, but I have to admit it was common throughout the Arab world and throughout Europe as well. It was the extraordinary rhetoric of President Erdogan. And Cengiz, you know that, I know that, most of my Turkish friends know that. He has been a godsend in many ways for Turkey and its role in the world, but his rhetoric gets him in trouble all of the time. It got him into trouble for almost half a decade with his Arab neighbors. It gets him in trouble with the American administration, and it gets him in trouble with Israel. And it's an added factor. To the Eastern Mediterranean, what I would say is, look, the European Union has two members, Cyprus and Greece, that have this constant conflict with Turkey. But the European Union has learned how to deal with that. They give verbal support to Cyprus and Greece, but knowing how important Turkey is and knowing the reality of many of these disputes, as I said, the Greeks are the anti-status quo country. They rejected the Annan Plan in 2004 for Cyprus, for example. The EU keeps it to rhetoric. They haven't talked about, even though they're allies and partners in the EU, they don't talk about joint military forces or any of this foolishness. And I just say, because I was the Greek desk officer, just like I have been for many years working with the Kurds in Iraq and Syria. I don't want to see my friends go down the route that the Peshmerga went down in 2017 in Kirkuk, and the southern Lebanese Christians went down in 2000. I normally trust Israel more than most countries, but on some of its little partners around the region, I don't think Israel can deliver, and I think they're making a mistake, both the partners who sign up for this and Israel.
Mm-hmm. Dan, is Israel making a mistake?
Well, Israel certainly makes some mistakes. I'm not going to pretend that they don't. But again, we have to talk about what? If you're talking about bolstering the relationship with Greece and Cyprus, certainly there is an element of the rivalry, the perceived common threat with Turkey, but it doesn't need to be that. There's also just growing economic trade, cooperation on gas. A quick reaction force of 2,500 soldiers serves many purposes, and one of them does not need to be Turkey. Certainly, it can be pirates, it can be forest fires, it can be other kinds of terror threats in the region. And so once again, Israel should definitely be cautious here, not to wander into a powder keg, as my colleagues here have called it. If the Turkish government, both in rhetoric and policy, can calm down the atmosphere and the tone towards Israel. Ambassador Jeffries was absolutely right. If Israel and other countries would have responded to Turkey's actions on the PKK as Turkey responded to Israel's reaction to Hamas or to Hezbollah, as we say, we would. They would see exactly the suspicion and the kind of frustration that Israel feels when it's not supported. But once again, I go back to my original point. There is not a single issue of exclusivity or a zero-sum game between these two countries. Cooperation on security, intelligence, economic affairs has long existed. And I think we can go back to that. Ambassador said at the outset, Turkey doesn't differentiate between the Palestinians, or differentiates between support for the Palestinians and Hamas. It would be wise for us to see that differentiation in practice, and not hosting Hamas leaders, not supporting their rhetoric, not supporting their narrative wars and their idea wars, not supporting these ludicrous claims that everyone now knows and that the UN has finally caught up to say that there was obviously no genocide, there's obviously no starvation. These are all insane claims, and Israel in a very tough war that was forced upon it acted with extreme caution as much as can be in a very difficult urban conflict. At the end of the day, once again, I think getting back to strategic dialogue and strategic cooperation would behoove all sides here in Syria and in the Eastern Mediterranean and in Gaza.
Mm-hmm.
If I may, just to reply to the rhetoric issue, we have a saying in Turkey, and I'm sure there's different versions of this in the Middle East. Every man sits differently, and every man eats differently. But his actions are what counts. So, there could be a lot of rhetoric coming from left, there could be a lot of rhetoric coming from right, but what is the action? That's important. We haven't gone directly and done anything directly against Israel, to the extent that Israel, as I've mentioned during this program, has been doing concretely action-wise with this trilateral agreement with Greece and Cyprus, what's happening in Syria, etc., etc. Not to the same extent. The support to the Kurds, we can go on and on and on. We're not here in this program to be going down a line of, blame game. But the rhetoric issue is President Erdogan has his, this ambassador very well as well. This is how he speaks internally. Towards his audience, this is how he speaks externally. He doesn't change his speech. Does it create problems? Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. But what differs is that the Turkish state, as you know very well, has a long tradition, and the state does actions. So let's look at what the actions are. Right now, the state of Israel is going through a time where its actions are causing a lot of problems for Turkey. And it's causing a lot of discomfort in the region. It's causing a lot of disrupt in all spheres. You need to calm down a little bit as far as Israel is concerned.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we're talking about flashpoints, so let's discuss the most recent one, because on Friday, Israel became the first country to recognise Somaliland as an independent state rather than part of Somalia's territory. The decision was met with widespread condemnation from Egypt, Saudi Arabia and from Turkey and many other regional countries as well, who view it as an attempt to destabilise Somalia and could potentially lead to another conflict. Now, we know that Turkey has huge investments and long-standing relationships with Somalia, and some commentators are viewing this as an attempt to disrupt Turkey's activities in that part of Africa. Dan, why has Israel decided to take this decision now?
Well, I'm not sure why Israel decided to take the decision now, but it's a very logical decision from Israel's perspective, and hardly because of Turkey. It's more because of where Somaliland is situated. First of all, Israel has a general policy that any Muslim nation or Muslim majority nation that reaches out its hand in peace and warmth from Israel will receive a very warm response. And so, kind of whether you call it the Abraham Accords or whether you call it General Israel's proactive foreign policy in that regard. Secondly, it's kind of ironic to hear claims of destabilization when Somaliland seems to be the only stable, functioning, semi-democratic, and certainly not a harbor or a function of radical Islam in that part of the region. So you're talking about the only stable part, a part that is a different tribe from the rest of the greater Somali region. And I find it almost ironic, maybe comical, that the same forces that seem to be very aggressively criticizing Israel, even pushing Israel or boycotting Israel over its unwillingness to recognize any kind of Palestinian independence, are the same ones denying the Somalilanders independence in that regard. And so I think here everyone should be here working together. If anything, I would see it as an Israeli move geopolitically in terms of its closeness and proximity to Yemen and to the entrance to the Suez Canal, where Israeli shipping has been threatened over recent years. And of course, as the Houthis have declared themselves to be a strategic threat to Israel, it's much closer. And of course, Israel has long had positive ties with Ethiopia, who has strong relations with Somaliland behind the scenes, the UAE, as does well. And so, yes, there might be kind of a chess match. I've heard this described by some Israeli analysts, a chess match move vis-a-vis Turkey and its regional positioning, but I would view it more as just a broader expansion of Israeli interests and more in the Yemen context than in the Turkish context.
Cengiz, do you want to jump in there? Is this just purely logical from Israel's point of view?
Well, if you listen to the explanations coming out of Israel, it's logical from their perspective. I would say it's quite illogical and, again, destabilizing. There's a couple of things you can mention. One is that you can mention, okay, Turkey is present in Somalia, so Israel is making this move. The Houthi issue, Yemen, of course, it's there. But as far as Israel is concerned, I don't think you have any problems in dealing with the Houthis, with the alliance in the Red Sea as well. Now, Somalia has erupted. They're reacting like crazy. In Somaliland, it's not a unison entity itself. There are different pockets that don't agree with Somaliland, first of all. Then you have the Arab League, all of the Arab states. You have the European Union. You have Egypt, Turkey, everybody saying what Israel just did is unacceptable. And it's going to be taken to the UN Security Council. Of course, probably the Americans will probably say, they'll dampen it down. But this is an illogical move in terms of politics, normal politics. But Israel has been doing this, and I'm afraid this is the problem. If you continue going down this path of disrupting the neighborhood, of disrupting everybody around you, you're going to get reactions.
James, is this a logical move from Israel, or is it provocative?
Again, it's in the eye of the beholder.
Give us your expert opinion as someone who's worked as an ambassador in that region. I mean, is it destabilizing? Can we expect a reaction?
I wouldn't advise my government to do this, and the reason is that it's opposed by many countries in the Middle East and Turkey. We can leave aside the Europeans, who represent serious security benefits or possible problems for Israel. For what I don't see is a significant security benefit. But again, the Israelis can decide on that. But more importantly, the issue that we haven't talked about so far is how President Trump sees all of this on a day that he's meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu. Most of the signaling I've gotten is that they are concerned about the net sum of these Israeli actions. They want Israel to have better relations with the Gulf states, with Jordan and Egypt, They certainly want to have better Israeli-Turkish relations because Turkey is not only important and is acting to some degree on the U.S. request to deal with Hamas on the Gaza issue. It's important for the stabilization of Syria and thus to keep Iran from reemerging the Shia crescent. And it also is critically important for the Ukraine war and for the Caucasus. These are all hugely important areas for the Trump administration, and Turkey is the first or second address in most of them. That has to be taken into consideration, too. But I don't think that Somaliland I worry less about than other Israeli moves, as I said, in the Eastern Mediterranean that really do impact, or with the SDF, that impact in a serious way Turkey's correct view of its own security.
Gentlemen, we're out of time, so we will have to leave it there. But we are going to have further discussions and debates on Somaliland on Counterpoints during this week. So tune in for some of those broader discussions. It's been a really interesting debate to have all of you here. James Jeffrey, former US Special Envoy to Syria, Dan Pfefferman, co-editor of Middle East 24, and Cengiz Ferhat, retired Turkish ambassador. Thank you for your time on Counterpoints. And thank you for tuning in to this episode of the show. Keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews. You can subscribe to Al Arabiya English on YouTube and, of course, follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on The Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Welcome to the metropolis. The big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Luxor, the famous city of Luxor, Egypt. On the outside, the city is admittedly not all that charming. So what is it that will make you visit the city, with its scorching hot weather and dust-choking streets? Dare to explore deeper into the sun and sand to find its hidden gems. Egyptian sites, monuments, tombs, and temples. Amid the ancient sites are modern attractions as well. First is the Temple of Karnak. It's a massive ancient site that has several different temples that are dedicated to specific gods. The hypostyle hall is a pinnacle part of this temple. The pillars, so grand, will make you feel like you're in the middle of a canyon with cliffs surrounding you. Visit this majestic place that will make you want to learn more about the ancient gods and their beliefs. Next is the Temple of Luxor, a rather easily accessible place right at the center of town. It was founded by Amenhotep III, but altered in later years by Tutankhamun, Horemheb, and Ramses II. The secret is to pay a visit at night, as you will see the illuminated yellow lights that paint nicely on the ruins and statues. It's a calm and curious place to sit by and hang out, or watch the people or little children playing. There's also the Luxor Museum, another breathtaking tourist spot. It houses some of the most important relics collected from temples and tombs around Luxor. The Valley of the Kings is also worth the trip. You can access it from across the Nile from Luxor. It's tucked beneath a barren mountain, and you will see its top like a triangular pyramid. The valley is hollowed out like an anthill. Buried beneath it are some of the most legendary pharaohs of ancient Egypt. It is considered a sacred place that secures and ensures eternal life. You will surely be amazed at the relics, reliefs, hieroglyphics, and spells plastered on the walls and carved into the stones. Nearby is the Valley of the Queens. The place has been hailed as the resting place of royal family members and relatives. It is where princes, royal children, and of course, queens are represented. And then there's Deir al-Bahri. It is the mortuary temple of Queen Hatshepsut, the only female pharaoh to rule Egypt. Its interiors are quite deteriorated, but the view of its facade, with its multiple terraces and colonnades, is impressive. Indeed, a visit to Luxor gives you a dose of heavy history and a culture you won't have in any other city. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
I am Catalina Marchand-Abreu, and you're watching Arabiya English. From politics and religion to climate, war, and technology, 2025 was a year that reshaped the world and left headlines that won't be forgotten. In U.S. politics, starting with U.S. President Donald Trump, who takes office for a second term, setting the stage for high-stakes politics. Trump then appoints Elon Musk to lead the Department of Government Efficiency, which by May had cut staff across multiple federal agencies, including USAID. And in February, a fiery Oval Office meeting between President Trump, Vice President J.D. Vance, and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky made headlines that resulted in Zelensky's abrupt departure from the White House.
You should be thanking the president for trying to bring an end to this conflict.
Have you ever been to Ukraine that you say what problems we have?
In global conflicts, in June, Israel attacked Iran's nuclear sites, sparking 10 days of escalating conflict. The USA further escalated the conflict by bombing 3 of Iran's nuclear facilities. And October brought a U.S. brokered Gaza ceasefire deal, temporarily halting the Israel-Gaza war. In religion, the Catholic Church mourned Pope Francis, who died at the age of 88 on Easter weekend. He was succeeded by Pope Leo XIV, the first American pope in history. In space, NASA astronauts Suni Williams and Butch Wilmore returned safely to Earth after being stranded in space for over 9 months due to spacecraft issues. In economy, Trump's Liberation Day tariffs imposed a 10% tax on imports, sending worldwide markets into a spiral, sparking international negotiations. And finally, to close the year, Netflix shook the entertainment world in December by announcing a major deal to acquire Warner Bros. For $72 billion, integrating HBO and major franchises. 2025 was the year that shaped our world and set the stage for what's next. In 2026, world news will be dominated by ongoing geopolitical conflicts, the accelerating impact of AI, major elections in key countries, and high-profile global events like the FIFA World Cup. While major news for Saudi Arabia in 2026, centering on Vision 2030, featuring significant economic shifts, updated real estate laws, and high-profile international events. Stay tuned for all of these major developments in the new year.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe,
to have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Tunis, the capital of Tunisia and one of North Africa's easygoing cities. Yet, behind its laid-back approach is an exotic appeal. Tunis deserves to be the perfect introduction to the region. You'll find most of the main sightseeing in the Medina or Old Town, which is already an attraction in itself. There are winding routes along the alleyways, and behind the high walls, you may find yourself lost. But that's the charm of the city. There's a fabulous mosaic collection of the world-famous Bardo Museum. And then there's the remnants of the once glorious Carthage that's a tourist highlight. Carthage, the fabled wealthy seafaring city of the Phoenicians, lies scattered across the Bay of Tunis. Its columns and pile of marble rubble are bordered by a panorama of the Mediterranean Sea. And who could resist such a view? The sea is actually vital to Tunis's prosperity. The Carthage was completely destroyed in the Third Punic War in 146 BC. And the surviving ruins is worth the visit. The view is yet amazing, especially with its seafront setting. Meanwhile, there's also the Medina district or Old Town. It is considered Tunis's historic heart and known as the Port de France during the colonial period. Because while the Old Town walls of the Hafsid period may have long ago disappeared, when you get inside the mosques, mausoleums, and the madrasas, or the Islamic schools for learning, you'll see opulent tile art and splendid Fatimid and Ottoman architecture decorating the streets. Get lost in the beauty of the district's monumental relics. Last but not least is, of course, the shopping. In Tunis, the Souk des Chechis is a place to be. Makers of Tunisia's traditional woolen hats will be found here and are even conducting workshops. Looking for furniture to bring home? You'll find them between Rue Gemma es Zaytuna and Rue Kasbah. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Border clashes between Thailand and Cambodia intensify as the death toll rises and thousands flee. President Trump attacks Europe and says Russia has the upper hand in the war with Ukraine. And the world's first ban on social media for under-16s comes into effect in Australia. Now, fighting between Thailand and Cambodia over a disputed border is continuing to spread, and thousands of people have been displaced. Both sides blame each other for the fresh wave of clashes, with Cambodia claiming 2 more civilians were killed overnight. Meanwhile, Thailand has reported that at least 3 soldiers have been killed. Earlier, I spoke to our correspondent Patrick Fogg, who gave us the latest. Take a listen.
The situation is becoming more serious. It's gotten more intensified over the last 24 hours. Fighting has broken out in 9 provinces along the disputed border area, and the Thai Air Force has confirmed that it launched a second day of airstrikes, although it declined to give any further details. The death toll is also rising. You mentioned that on the Thai side, they say that 3 of their soldiers have been killed and dozens others wounded as well. The Cambodian side says 9 civilians are dead and about 20 wounded.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Arabiya English journalist Wandi Intengento and Managing Director of This Is Dubai, Michael Jabri Pickett. Wandi and Michael, brilliant to both have you on the show with me this evening. Michael, let's start with you. We're going to be concentrating on Thailand and Cambodia. We had a previous ceasefire agreement between these two countries that was brokered by President Donald Trump. What's gone so wrong?
That agreement did not address the two underlying issues that have been affecting both sides for an awful long time. One is the border dispute. There is an 11th century temple that is on the Cambodian side, perhaps, but the Thais would actually like to claim it as theirs. So that wasn't addressed. And then there are the Thais, Thailand is holding 18 Cambodian hostages. So when the underlying issues remain unresolved, even a ceasefire cannot be extended that long because both sides will end up becoming antagonistic towards the other because the problems that started it are still there on the table.
And what's really interesting is many analysts who have been talking about the recent clashes that have now escalated again between Thailand and Cambodia have been talking about the ceasefire deal that was brokered with President Trump and also with the Prime Minister of Malaysia. And they say that the big problem is the ceasefire deal came to be under tariff pressure. And like you said, enough of those core issues weren't addressed at the time. So it's really interesting to hear that the US tariff pressure got the ceasefire deal over the line, but it's been difficult to hold because the basic issues are still there, really. And Wandi, you know, we talk about this, and when we see these kind of skirmishes on borders, thousands of people have to be displaced as a result to keep them safe. What's the advice being given to residents on both sides of the border?
I mean, talking about displacement, already 125,000 people from just Thailand have been displaced. Both Thailand and Cambodia have put in measures, safety measures, and of course the key message here that they've sent out to the residents, both Cambodia and Thailand, is that the residents need to move away from the border. And of course, we've also seen the US Embassy both in Thailand and, of course, in Cambodia sending out alerts, travel advisories to their citizens to also do the same, moving away from the border and updating their details, their information, you know, in case, you know, something really, really bad happens, which already has happened. And of course, when it comes to businesses, I know we're talking about residents, businesses, travel agents have, you know, put out also alerts to tourists, and we know that Thailand will be the one that's mainly impacted because Thailand's tourism sector contributes to about 20%. So tourists will be affected, but tourism agencies have put out alerts, and of course both governments, and of course we've seen the US embassies and Chinese embassies as well.
Yeah, so it's a serious threat for the ASEAN countries, as we are seeing. Of course, it's Christmas, Thailand, a hugely popular destination for many people. But also, Michael, when we look at this issue between Thailand and Cambodia, it's been ongoing for 4 decades. And it doesn't seem clear what's reignited this escalation we are seeing.
Well, there's a couple of things at play, and I would even say that it's gone. The tensions have existed for more than 100 years. Some would say that it was as far back as when the French left Cambodia and the border was set. The Thais were not necessarily happy with that, but there are issues that remain between these two countries. Some analysts have pointed to the skirmishes, of course, and the issue of landmines. The Thais accuse the Cambodians of planting new landmines, which have maimed and killed some Thai soldiers. But the other big issue that really has come into play, and it's no surprise, 2025, but there's been an awful lot of nationalistic propaganda on both sides of the border from all sorts of different people, sort of on social media, trumpeting the necessity for the Thais to stand up for their border and for the Cambodians not to back down. And that has created a little bit more tension, and it's also, analysts, again, would say that that's one of the reasons why there's nobody that is backing down at this point, because they feel they have to stand their ground.
And Wandy, we spoke about people being evacuated from where they live currently. What's the plan for them? Where are they taking these people to? Where are they finding safety within the country? Are they being looked after?
Of course, I mean, they have allocated areas, both in Thailand and Cambodia, to build makeshift shelters for residents. For an example, I saw a photograph of children in a market. You know, a market where you buy your vegetables. So they've made they've allocated certain areas to make these makeshift evacuation centers. Yeah.
And that's the interesting part, right? Because when we think about it, it's a lot of people that are affected by this. Like you said, 125,000 people in Thailand alone have moved, 20,000 in Cambodia. But I wonder, Michael, if other things are on our mind now, and should tariffs be kept separate from peace deals that have made? Because this is something analysts are saying here. Donald Trump, and they got this ceasefire over the line because of tariff pressure, but now many people saying, not quite sure that works.
When history books are written a few years from now, and we look back on the summer of 2025, it'll be very easy to talk about that as the summer of tariffs, where everybody was obsessed with it.
Yeah,
governments around
myself included.
Governments around the world were absolutely concerned that they had to do everything possible to make sure they stayed on the right side of Donald Trump, or else they were going to be irreparably damaged because of the size of the tariffs. So yes, in I think pre-Donald Trump's second term, I believe that most people would have said this is how diplomacy works, is that, you know, military is one issue, nationalistic issues are another, tariffs, economic issues, military ones. These are all the different pieces. And sometimes you might pull one lever hoping that something else will happen. But Donald Trump was very blatant throughout the summer about how if he didn't like something, he was going to impose tariffs. I'm Canadian. He has done that, where he didn't like a TV commercial that the province of Ontario put out during the World Series, and so he imposed tariffs and he cut off talks. So I wouldn't go so far as to say he's petty, but he certainly recognizes that there are a lot of issues that are happening around the world, some that he doesn't agree on. He'll speak out on them, and if they offend him so much because he is in this wonderfully powerful position, he will impose tariffs. So it's understandable that the Thais and the Cambodians were 100% willing to play ball.
And I think it is really interesting because there has been a muted reaction from the White House due to these recent clashes. Trump has called on both sides to honour the ceasefire deal, but we'll be keeping a close eye on that story. Wandy and Michael, thank you so much. Stay right there now as we move on to another story. And President Trump has said Russia has the upper hand and his Ukrainian counterpart Zelensky needs to get his act together whilst talking about the war between Russia and Ukraine during an interview with Politico's Dasha Burns. In the wide-ranging interview, he also attacked European leaders and described the continent as decaying. Take a listen to what he had to say.
Your team has been going back and forth between Putin and Zelensky with various drafts of a peace deal. Which country right now is in the stronger negotiating position?
Well, there can be no question about it. It's Russia. It's a much bigger country. It's a war that should have never happened. Frankly, it wouldn't have happened if I were president, and it didn't happen for 4 years. I watched that taking place, and I said, wow, they're going to cause some problems here. And it started, and it could have evolved into World War III, frankly. I think it's probably not going to be happening now. I think if I weren't president, you could have had World War III. I think you would have had a much bigger problem than you have right now. But right now it's a big problem. It's a big problem for Europe, and they're not handling it well.
So just before we get into that, I want to bring you some breaking lines that we are getting. President Zelensky is speaking at the moment, and Zelensky says Ukraine is ready for energy ceasefire if Russia agrees. Zelensky says Kyiv will do everything to have a meeting at top level with the US within the next 2 weeks. And Zelensky says Russian strikes on energy shows it has no desire for peace talks. Well, there we are. So we're hearing from Zelensky. He's putting out his feelings. But let's talk about Donald Trump, Wendy, because he's definitely made his thoughts on Europe in that Politico interview absolutely clear today, hasn't he?
Of course. Donald Trump has entirely lost respect for the EU. I mean, it's quite clear. At this point, Donald Trump is very critical of the EU, and it's a sign that there's a widening rift between Trump and obviously Europe. So what he has said is he has, I guess, highly criticized EU leadership and labeled them as weak, and said they spend more time wanting to be politically correct, and that's something that Trump is obviously not about. He has basically criticized them, saying also that they don't even have their house in order. Looking at the immigration policies, definitely. So and also when you're looking at the progression of this peace deal, Trump says that EU has been basically sabotaging the peace process. So Trump is not happy with the EU. This will continue to affect their relationship going forward. Trump is in a rush to seal this deal. And he says the EU, they're not serious.
Michael, dare I say, I think he's got a tiny bit of a point on the EU.
Which point would that be?
I listened to the interview today with Politico. I found it quite interesting. I do think that this wide-ranging attack on Europe has been brewing. I don't think we should be surprised by this. I think we have seen the US National Security Strategy document that came out. J.D. Vance also came to Europe. You remember the Munich Security Conference attacked Europe on the freedom of speech. And I think when it comes to dithering and being slow, Europe undoubtedly has been. And I think that Europe would accept that criticism to some degree, because when it comes to Ukraine, they've had talks about talks. Let's unfreeze the Russian assets that we have, give it to Ukraine. Belgium's blocking it, Europe's still talking about it. When it came to missiles, it was the same thing. And I feel like Europe haven't got their act together enough to help Ukraine.
So there are different approaches. Donald Trump only has to consult with Donald Trump. If you're Italy, if you're France, you have so many other partners.
But that's what annoys Donald Trump.
Absolutely. And this is where he also doesn't have a great appreciation, it seems, for history. He also doesn't have a great understanding that sometimes the parts are greater than the individual. And in Europe, the way that it's worked for the past 80 years, and let's face it, it didn't work so well for a while when each country was operating on its own agenda, as Donald Trump does. He doesn't have to consult with anybody. In North America, he is, bigger than Canada. He's bigger than everybody in South America. But in Europe, it doesn't work like that. And they've learned from their lessons. They've recognized that they need to work as one unit, which means that it's not just one country stepping forward and saying, this is what we're going to do. You have to get a consensus. Donald Trump does not like building consensus. This is not what he is in politics to do.
Maybe Wendy's right. He's just impatient. And he's wanted this deal on Russia and Ukraine since the first day. He said, I could end it in 24 hours, and it's just not going his way.
It's not. The UK actually rejected claims that they're not doing anything about it. And they said that we've imposed sanctions. Hello, Donald Trump. It's not like we're sitting here. We're sifting through the information. We're trying to reach consensus, amongst us, and we're trying to get to a point where no one is going to get killed. He blamed the EU. Donald Trump blamed the EU for obviously this ongoing war, saying that the reason why more people are dying is because you cannot come to a final decision and you cannot implement any action that will end the war.
And it's so interesting because I just want to bring something else to you. Earlier on in that Politico interview, I'm just going to have a look at some of the wires that are crossing, because apparently Zelensky is now saying that he would hold elections, which is really interesting. And he's talking to the Ukrainian parliament about getting a framework up to do that. And I found that really interesting because in that Politico interview, Donald Trump was asked, should Zelensky hold elections? And he said he should. It's time for him to hold elections. He's been putting elections off because, Russia always we don't want to deal with Zelensky because he is not elected. And I think it's really interesting because now we almost see Zelensky listening to Donald Trump and saying, actually, I'll put a framework in, and if you want Ukraine to hold elections in wartime, which never happens, we'll do it.
But this is also how you negotiate. You don't come out and say, oh, I'm willing to give you everything that you want. And I believe that for President Zelensky, the line in the sand is territorial concessions.
Yeah.
That he probably recognizes it all will come down to what he will concede. But if he has to hold elections, Donald Trump can then go back to Vladimir Putin and say, look, you got this, maybe you're not going to get that. Or maybe you're not going to get as much territory as you want. And this is where Donald Trump wants the president of Ukraine to come forward and say, yes, I'll give you everything that you want, when it seems, to all accounts, that this 20-point peace plan at this point is very much in favor of Russia.
And I wonder if that's because Donald Trump almost respects the aggressor in some respects, bringing Russia out of isolation. It's been a pariah state for so long. We are seeing a big diplomatic and foreign policy shift when it comes to Russia, which I think will be another interesting conversation that we'll all be having in time. Where does Russia stand on the global stage after all of this?
And this is, to your point, this is one of the reasons why I don't think that Donald Trump has the patience to go through these negotiations. Vladimir Putin is an existential threat to the Europeans as well as a real threat. And because Donald Trump doesn't live in Europe, he doesn't have that appreciation. Instead, he looks at it from afar and he sees an incredibly strong, aggressive man, and that's very much what he likes, how he likes to project himself.
I still think that Europe have dithered on this.
Yes.
And I still think that Donald Trump does have a fair point.
Agreed.
When it does come to Europe, because a lot could have been done a lot earlier on, a lot quicker, and it's been a very difficult road. And we also can't forget that this is almost a proxy war. If we have a look in Ukraine, the weapons that are being used, they're American. Europe are buying them from America and sending them to Ukraine. So it is, in many respects, we do forget that, but it is American weapons.
And I would agree that there is, to get to your earlier point about the Europeans dithering, I think that instead of Belgium and France being concerned about the legal issues, if they were to take the frozen Russian assets and give them to Ukraine, they should say, you lost all legal right when you invaded another country.
Yeah.
Instead, they're having far too many conversations. I agree with that.
And that's what annoys Donald Trump.
Sorry, well, I think what's quite clear is that Donald Trump believes that there isn't enough political will to make this peace deal come to light. That's really, I think, what he believes.
Doesn't think Europe have been strong enough or want it enough.
But he also doesn't seem to have an appreciation that there has to be a back and forth. There has to be a negotiation. You're asking a country that was invaded to give up territory. And that's not an easy ask for anybody.
And it's also, like Wandi said, it's Europe getting their act together, the political will, and if they even have the money to keep sending to Ukraine. 4 years they've been funding this war. Thank you so much for your thoughts on that story. We're going to move on now. And Australia's social media ban for under-16s has come into effect, with platforms like Instagram, TikTok and YouTube being forced to block more than 1 million accounts. Under the new law, which started from midnight, 10 of the biggest social media companies will have to block all Australians under 16 or risk being fined up to $33 million. The latest regulation has been criticised by major tech firms. Michael, what do you make of this? And do young people need this protection from social media?
I think adults need the protection from social media.
And the doom scroller.
We all, I think, get into that far too often during the course of a week, where we're finding ourselves doom scrolling, as the kids would say. I do think that children need to be protected. The issues and why this started was because of the cyberbullying, because of the online grooming, and because of the harmful content that's available. And I think that affects all of us. And when you're anywhere from the ages of, well, anyone who's younger than 16, those can have an incredible impact on your psyche and your mental health. And we're so much more aware of through social media, of the need to be aware of our mental health. I do think that this is the right move as a starting point. I do think that because this legislation was rushed through, I do think that this will be fine-tuned over the course of time. I've seen Australian reports where they've recognized that they're the guinea pig. Yeah. They are the test case, and that there are many countries around the world that are watching to see the good and the bad and what they will do if, in fact, they introduce something similar. But for me, the biggest point, and the one that I'm most excited about, is that tech companies are going to now be held accountable for the content, and they're going to have to do a much better job of moderating the content and maybe have less of a hand in the way that an algorithm is so personalized.
I find it interesting, this whole debate, but Wandy, we talk about the algorithm and we talk about this under-16s ban coming in Australia, social media. It seems quite radical, and I think a lot of people would probably be watching this and think, wow, that's a big task.
And I mean, that's why countries like France have kind of played around with alternatives. A France parliamentary inquiry was looking into maybe introducing something more lenient towards teenagers by introducing a digital curfew between 10 p.m. and 8 a.m.
That makes sense.
That's a compromise.
It is a compromise, but once again, difficult to implement. And I also think the UK brought out this online safety bill, which was quite interesting. And a lot about that was age verification for certain websites, really harmful content that teenagers and children can have access to. And that's been another thing that they've tried to implement. But Wandy, do you think this concept could be rolled out in other countries, and are other countries watching what Oz is doing right now?
I don't know if I should say this, but I feel like it's
Say it.
I'll say it.
Say it.
It's a dictator's dream to roll out something like this.
The ban.
The ban, yes. I mean, obviously a dictator would want an entire, social media ban for everybody. But of course, I mean, there are countries that are also looking to follow in the same footsteps. We've got Malaysia, who will be introducing the same model next year. You have Denmark, Singapore, New Zealand. So there's definitely a lot of interest globally regarding this. But as I mentioned before, I mean, France also have the same type of model structure that they've implemented in 2023 when it comes to the social media ban for under 16. They are looking into introducing this digital curfew for 15 to 18-year-olds between 10 p.m. and obviously 8 a.m., as I said. But then I just want to go back in time, and I just think to myself, when I was 15, at 10 p.m., I was already asleep. So I wouldn't necessarily have my phone in hand. My concern is, what about the other time frames? What happens then?
I do think, in answer to that, there are some schools around the world that old school phones are allowed on school campuses, but no smartphones are allowed. So that would handle the school hour times. And then, something that we discussed earlier, then the responsibility goes back to the parents. So, okay, you get off the school grounds, you're allowed your smartphone, and then, again, the parent is then the one who's going to have to make sure that they monitor what their children are doing. I also think another way to tackle this issue is for educational institutions, schools from a very young age, to introduce curriculum where children are taught how to use it.
They're doing that in the UK. That's part of this Online Safety Act. And I find that what Wendy said about it being a dictatorship, I'm not a fan of bans or of the social media ban, and I have said that before, because my concern, and a lot of it, is the fact that it could isolate people from certain things that they like to do, like forums or games that people are interested in that are quite niche. And also in Australia's a big country. People live far apart, a lot of social media is to connect with family. And another thing, I think AI now, our generation, we didn't have it at schools, but most of the kids coming through school now will need AI for the future, for their career. And that's all sort of being guardrailed and monitored, and that makes me a little bit concerned.
I understand that point, but I think that you can live your entire life up to 16 years of age without something and still have a career in whatever field that is.
Let's see how this all plays out. It's fun. Wanty and I have kind of a similar stance in this. Michael, you are slightly the outlier, so we'll check back in a few
surprise
years.
there.
Hey. And now we're going to move on to another story. What do you buy the person who has everything at Christmas? Well, now you can ask an AI chatbot for gift advice. From ChatGPT to Gemini, you can now search ideas and bargains for your friends and family, seemingly taking the stress out of shopping. Well, there we are. What do you make of this idea, Wendy, and will you be using AI for your Christmas shopping?
I love bargains, of course. I mean, I love a good sale, and I also love shopping. I love walking into a store, smelling the product. That's just me. I'm a traditional shopper. When it comes to, obviously, using AI, I mean, it's great because it will make my shopping faster. And I'll be able, obviously, to compare prices and, all of that, and I'll save a lot more. But then, if we're talking about Xmas shopping, I'm going back to South Africa. I don't see how AI would be able to find the right retailer for chicken feet.
Well, we call it in Zimbabwe walkie-talkie, because it's
There's no
only
way.
the feet with the head. And I'm sure that if we went on AI, they wouldn't be able to find walkie-talkie, would they, Wendy?
No, I mean, there are certain African delicacies. I mean, I don't know if you've been to Africa. Have you?
I have not.
Oh, okay. So there are certain African delicacies where you have to walk into a store, and even furniture. You just have to feel the leather,
I think
I don't think AI can do that.
But I think that in Africa, that might be a completely different situation. But I think in many other parts of the world where most people will have goods and food delivered to them, I think that AI is an advantage. And I think it makes shopping more efficient. I do think that there you can certainly compare prices. I think it's also, if your prompts are good, I think it can be very helpful in sparking an idea. It doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to purchase that, and it also doesn't mean that you're going to shop online. But at least you have a starting point if you're going to go to the mall, for instance.
I would be with Wendy on this again. I'm a traditional shopper. I love to give loads of thought to a gift and go in and buy a gift for somebody. I must admit something, I'm also a Christmas Eve shopper. I'm completely disorganized. So when I hear about AI, I think, oh gosh, you need to be really organized months in advance to start searching on it. I'm sort of the more traditional shopper, even though I'm lastminute.com. I still like a physical store. And I know AI, we talk about AI. What worries me is sometimes I order things off the internet and they look a little bit different when they arrive. Imagine
that's why you have to walk into a store.
Yeah.
Yes, but I would say that old school, you walk into a store, sometimes you know what you want to get, sometimes it's to browse.
Oh, yeah.
And how is the browsing in person any different than the browsing online or the browsing that you're going to go through when you're using AI?
The dress always looks different.
Exactly.
In store, doesn't it, to online?
Exactly. I don't think AI knows my silhouette.
But you could put it in there.
Yes, you could. Absolutely could. Yes, of course you could. I mean, AI is so efficient at not just giving you ideas, but taking the information that you're giving so that it turns out the information that's accurate and tailored to your needs. And that's what makes it also scary, is that it can be just for you.
Exactly.
And it makes it kind of weird that we're giving AI so much personal information. It already knows everything, doesn't it?
But our phones know everything. I mean, I don't know why people are so concerned about the smallest detail when they're out shopping and somebody asks for their mobile number or they ask for an email address. I mean, they already have so much information. I mean, who doesn't have a Facebook account or an X account or an Instagram or TikTok account? And you're sharing so much information about where you live, how you dress, what you look like, what you're angry about, what gets you excited. And now people are concerned about the gift that they're getting for their mom is going to be somehow an issue of privacy.
Look, Leigh Ann, for me, I mean, I understand how the AI could drive up sales, but I'm more concerned now about, small businesses. Will they be able to afford this, type of technology?
And it's crushing our small businesses and the unique shops. It sort of takes the spirit out of things being a little bit different, because if we go into the big malls and stuff, there isn't very many independent stores anymore. It's all the big chain stores. And there has been a little bit of an argument when it comes to AI. How do you get these more unique platforms on that has one independent shop and it from not going under if not people aren't going to Christmas shop?
But the festive season, Christmas is, for the past number of years, decades, has been very much a commercial time. And I don't know that AI is doing anything more than making that time more efficient. We're still spending the same money, maybe with the big companies, maybe with the independent companies, but I don't know that AI is going to do anything other than make the consumer make their process or their shopping experience easier. And I think that's what everybody wants. Whatever they do, they want something that's a little bit easier than what they did before.
Dare I say it, but I always think men are more likely to shop online for Christmas presents, and us women are more likely to go into the shop.
Let's take a poll right now. How many have an Amazon app on their phone, and how many have a shopping cart that's full of items? I bet you do. I bet you do.
I have an Amazon account, but it's empty.
Exactly.
I don't have
maybe it's empty now, but how many times during the course of a year does it have 8 or 12 things? I know so many. I have a daughter, I have a wife, and I have female colleagues, and they will tell me the size of their cart. And then they'll empty it all after a couple of months, and then they'll go through the process of filling it up again. Sometimes just putting it in the cart is enough of a shopping experience for them.
Yeah, that's true. Sometimes I try to like things on websites, like clothes. They might be a little bit expensive, but I love them. And then if a discount comes up, I see that it's much cheaper, so I'll buy it.
Yeah.
Something like that. But Lucy, our producer, is just telling me in my ear, she is a woman and all her shopping's been online. She's done it all already, and it's all been done and dusted.
And she has great taste.
And she has great taste.
In clothes.
She's lots of. I haven't bought one Christmas present yet, but anyway, let's move on from that. It's that time of the show where Wendy and Michael have chosen 2 of their quirkiest stories of the day. And Michael, tell us about the Symphony of Wolves.
So this was an AP story that was picked specifically for you because I know you love your dogs and I know you love your animals. And I've come in here too often with horrific animal stories that I know have not excited you. So this one is an AP story from Argentina, and they set what they think is the unofficial world record for the largest gathering of golden retrievers.
And you can see them right there on the screen.
Almost 2,400 gathered in a park in the capital of Argentina, and they believe they beat the record, again, an unofficial record from last year in Vancouver, where they had almost 1,700 that came together.
Can I tell you what? I'm glad that it's that many golden retrievers because they're quite well behaved.
Yeah.
I have really naughty dogs. And Jack Russells, I think that amount of Jack Russells together wouldn't be looking that calm.
Yeah, I think the record for Jack Russell Terriers would be maybe 3.
Yeah, 3 before. Like,
and then one would take off.
A mass brawl broke out between them. But what a beautiful pictures. Look at that. Oh, they're lovely dogs, actually, a golden retriever.
And they are great service dogs. You know, the golden retrievers in particular, wonderful at snuffing out cancer and also low blood sugar. So they can be instrumental for especially children and people who are maybe not as aware about when they're starting to falter.
And a great family dog. You know, great with children, great all-round dog. But I would have loved to have been in that park. Is it not so cute, Wandy?
Oh, so cute.
So cute. Oh, thank you, Michael. At least it wasn't a story about a zoo. Okay. And we're going to move on now. And yours, Wandy, is all about my favourite actor, who's Leonardo DiCaprio, and he's explained why he always covers his face in public.
Leonardo DiCaprio, at some point, he was the sexiest man alive.
Yeah.
At some point. But, you know, Leonardo DiCaprio, as we know him, I mean, he's a megastar. He has been featured in these iconic movies, Titanic, Wolf of Wall Street. Leonardo DiCaprio is suffering from a disease called fame. So he's came out in an article by the Daily Mail, basically highlighting why he feels like fame has ruined his life. But I'm saying it's the trade that he had to make. So he goes out in public wearing caps, Batman, masks, COVID masks as well. I think it really confuses me on why he would feel like, you know, this is all unfair, because when he became a star 30 years ago, I think, you know, he should have known that there are people out there who are willing to even drink his bathwater. That's the price you pay for fame.
But there are actors nowadays who are much more honest about fame. And they'll say, when you're starting out, you have to ask yourself, do you want to be an actor or do you want to be famous? They'll see it as two different things.
But unfortunately for him, it's, you know, obviously both have happened to him.
But I also believe that that's the path that he's decided to go down. There are other celebrities, I'll name one who I'm a fan of, Bruce Springsteen, who will go out on the street and he will not necessarily have bodyguards with him. He recognizes that he will give up his time when he goes in and comes out of somewhere, but he also will operate as though he is just a regular person. And I think that if you go out on the street and you have 15 bodyguards, you're obviously trying to draw a fair bit of attention to yourself. If you go out on the street, maybe with a friend who acts as a bodyguard but is also a friend, I think that could be fine.
And also, if you go out on the street with an umbrella over your head like that, a COVID mask, a Batman mask, and a few caps, people are also going to be like,
I'm calling the paparazzi.
What's happening?
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah.
I do think one thing in Leonardo DiCaprio's defense, in a way, I do think that he's a little bit got the fame disease, but he's also an actor I love. I think he's very talented, but he's also not one of the flashy guys who goes out and does all these big interviews. He's a humanitarian, he's into climate change, but you never really see him on the cover of magazines. He doesn't advertise his life. He's not selling, we don't know much about him. What is he doing? You know, we know about his young girlfriends, but we don't actually know his hobbies or what he likes, and he doesn't advertise himself. So that might be a little bit frustrating for him, because he's not like a Tom Cruise who goes on all the big talk shows and does everything and jumps on sofas and carries on like that. So maybe he feels like, oh, well, maybe I do feel for him. I mean, last year he came out
really?
to say... He's got...
Yes, I do. I do have feelings, you know. He did last year come out saying that he was diagnosed with OCD, and this has to do with, obviously,
we
the
all
work
have
that he
OCD,
does.
for heaven's sakes.
So fame has really impacted his mental health.
I don't know about that, and I wouldn't necessarily criticize his mental health because I can't say. But I just think that there are choices that we all have to make. And I think that he's chosen, I mean, he's been acting since he was 14.
Oh, yeah. Basketball Diaries.
Absolutely. And before that, he was on Growing Pains,
yes,
a TV show.
Yeah.
So he hasn't really known any other life except this. So he's created, his own world. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. But I don't think you can create your own world, benefit from it in all the wonderful ways that you have, and then complain about it because you don't necessarily like now, at almost 50 years of age, how you have, I guess, been treated by the public, or what it is that you have to do so that you can go about your daily. And unfortunately, I mean, I wear a baseball cap an awful lot as well. And it is part of life sometimes. I just don't think that it's that big a deal.
Oh, are you famous?
No, but the process that we're talking about is somebody wearing a hoodie and a baseball cap, that's a problem for him. I think that you're maybe being a little bit too sensitive if that is something that you have to deal with.
He is famous, Wanty, like you.
Oh.
Yeah. We've all got the fame.
I should wear a mask.
Yes.
There you go.
But it is interesting, this big old age debate when it comes to Hollywood. You seek the fame, you hate the fame, you seek the press, you slag off the press. It's the ongoing cycle, isn't it?
You want them when you want them.
You want them when you want them, and you don't cry at the bank machine. Let's be honest, they're not Paul. So, thank you so much for your thoughts on that, and of course to our guest today, Arabiya English journalist Wandi Inten Gento and Managing Director of This Is Dubai, Michael Jabri-Pickett. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. G&T will be coming up next. Goodbye, thank you, and have a nice evening.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Now we're going to head to the Middle East, and as winter storms move in, Gaza's humanitarian crisis is worsening. Well, heavy rains and cold weather have caused heavy flooding across the war-torn strip. After 2 years of warfare, the majority of Palestinians there are now living in tents and makeshift shelters, structures that offer little protection from the rain or the cold. Well, there are already reports of babies dying from hypothermia. Well, as the humanitarian crisis worsens in Gaza, Israel's policies are reshaping reality in the occupied West Bank. The Israeli government has approved the formalization of 19 settlement outposts as independent settlements. That's the third wave of such policies. Well, rights groups warn that settler attacks against Palestinians have forcibly displaced 44 communities across the West Bank during the past 2 years. Well, settlement outposts are considered illegal under international law. We can speak now to Ambassador Mu'attaz Khalil, who's a former permanent representative of Egypt to the United Nations. He joins us from Cairo. Ambassador Khalil, thank you for joining us. It's being reported that the second
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. It's being reported the second phase of the US-led Gaza peace plan is not far off. Is it your understanding? Are we ready for the second phase now?
Not necessarily, Tom, because there are contradicting statements from even the United States. They mentioned that they were going to appoint the peace board before the end of this year, and then we heard that it will be appointed early next year. This is one institution from 3 others that have to be implemented, or 2 others, because there are in all 3 institutions that have to be appointed before entering into the second phase. Regarding the ISF, the International Stabilization Force, we heard the same confusing comments that it was going to be appointed or composed or established by the end of the year, and then early in January, and then when ready, which means that there is a lot of work to be done, especially that no one country has specifically indicated its intention to participate in this force. Third, the Committee on Palestinian Governance, there are rumors that there is agreement between Hamas and the Palestinian Authority about certain names, but again, there is no, we haven't heard anything from Israel whether they accept it or not, because you know Israel has this precondition of neither Hamas nor Abbas. So to me, I think it is a little bit far, especially as well that some Israeli unidentified source mentioned that the second phase is still far away from being implemented. So I think now there is a little confusion about the timings and the possibility of entering into the second phase and implementing the whole agreement.
Okay, but when we look back at phase 1 then, I mean, we've had, obviously, the hostages have been released, Palestinian detainees have been released, not all of them, of course, but many of them, and all but one of the hostages' bodies have been located and returned. When you look at phase 1, does it look to you like both sides equally fulfilled their sides of the deal?
No, of course not, because if we look at the situation on the ground, there is no ceasefire. The ceasefire has been breached systematically, daily, by the Israeli forces. And today they are bombarding targets in Gaza. A couple of days ago they assassinated one of the leaders of Hamas. They are still blocking some Hamas fighter in tunnels below or beyond the yellow line. So I don't see that there is a ceasefire. And by the way, this is one of the main elements that makes country hesitate to participate in the ISF, in addition to the idea of whether they are going to fight Hamas or disarm it by force or not. But again, if there is no ceasefire, it is very difficult for countries to go on and risk their troops and their equipment to be sacrificed within the battle line.
Right, you're saying it's a ceasefire in name only. Gaza is, of course, now partitioned. Israel has more than half of the Strip under its full direct control. And we heard the head of the Israeli army, Eyal Zamir, saying that the yellow line, in his view, is the new border for Israel. Does it look to you like Israel intends to annex Gaza?
Well, I think that this statement is de facto correct, because to me, in my assessment, this first phase of the Trump peace plan or comprehensive peace plan is so far the only phase that could be implemented. And I fear that this will be the final one. And I thought about this, and these statements by Israeli generals do look to confirm this fear. But again, we count on the United States to implement whatever they see regarding this plan, which is, again, by the way, not very much balanced, and especially the imbalance is in favor of Israel and against the Palestinians. But the strange situation in which we are in is that the Israelis and to a lesser extent, the Americans are stalling the implementation of the second phase, while the Palestinians and the Arab mediators, which are not very favored within the plan as a whole, are asking and insisting on implementing the plan as a whole.
Let's talk a bit about the Rafah border crossing, because, of course, that is a crossing point between Gaza and your country, Egypt. Talking about Israel's intentions and what we read into them, when Israel says that the Rafah border crossing can reopen, but only in one direction, i.e. no one can come back through again, what do you read into that?
Well, Tom, these are the Israeli statements, and unfortunately they reflect what they intend to do. But on the other side, Egypt has taken, since the starting of this specific war, a very strong position, and it keeps repeating it as well. And this is what Egypt intends to implement on the other side, that there is no deportation of the Palestinians from Gaza to Sinai. This is a red line for Egypt, and it is not acceptable at all, not only because it poses a security threat to Egypt, but more important because it is, this means that the Palestinian issue would be liquidated, and not any Arab country is ready to accept that. On the other hand, there are talks between Egypt's high officials, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and others, with their counterparts in the United States and with the Israeli counterparts to make sure that these statements of Israel are not acceptable, and explain to them that no matter how they are going to repeat, how much times they are going to repeat these statements, this is not going to be acceptable by Israel, and it will be considered as an act of aggression against Egypt.
I want to pick up on what you were saying earlier. You mentioned about the assassination of the Hamas commander, Raad Saad. I mean, what's your understanding of what is actually left of Hamas?
No, apparently nothing much is left. The leadership abroad that is not in Palestine is relatively safe, although the Israelis keep mentioning that they are ready to target them whenever they can. On the ground, yes, Hamas does control the less than 50% of the strip that is under Palestinian control, but I don't think that they have too much weapons left, and they have mentioned many times that they are ready to leave government and give it back to an independent committee, and also to relinquish their weapons and handing them over to any authority that would be ruling an independent Palestinian state. So to me, there is not much left of Hamas on the ground, but again, they still control this part of Gaza that is not occupied by Israel, but they are ready to give this control back to an independent committee that would guarantee the protection of the Palestinian population. But as long as the Palestinian population is under threat of daily bombardment and daily incursions by Israel, I do not believe that they will be ready to give up anything.
And Ambassador Khalil, there are, of course, these reports of Israeli-backed anti-Hamas fighters on the ground.
There's something wrong in the sound.
I'm sorry, I'll ask that question again. Can you hear me now?
Now, yes.
Okay, let me ask that question again.
Say it again? Yeah.
And Ambassador, there are reports of these anti-Hamas Israeli-backed factions on the ground in Gaza. And I'm wondering whether you see this as perhaps representing a risk of an escalation and the potential for some internal fighting on the ground.
It does represent a risk of escalation, and I think that was the plan all the way by Israel to encourage division and confrontation between the Palestinians, as much as they have done in Lebanon back in the 70s with this South Army Lebanon, and as much as they are doing in Syria now with encouraging the Druze. But again, I think the Hamas grip on the part that they control in Gaza is strong enough, and these factions that are Israeli-made or that favor Israel and Israel is supporting them, I do not think that they have any popularity on the ground. And we heard the news about the assassination of their leader, one of their main leaders, Abu Shabab, last week. And he was assassinated, by the way, by some of his comrades, not by Hamas. So the risk is there, but I do not think that it is a big risk, unless, of course, Gaza is completely demilitarized as the plan envisages, and then these factions are not demilitarized, and they may try again to gain control and try to make chaos in the Strip, which I hope does not happen.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. We're out of time. Ambassador Mu'taz Khalil, thank you very much indeed for your time, sir. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Renaud Menard, who is Project Medical Referent for Médecins Sans Frontières, or Doctors Without Borders. He joined us now from Gaza City. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. We are now 2 months into the US brokered ceasefire, and I'm wondering whether conditions on the ground have got any better as far as you can see.
We can see it in a way, yes, because some commercial trucks are coming inside the Gaza Strip. So you will see more in the market, some food or canned food, fruits, vegetables, a little bit of meat. But the problem is that people, they can't afford everything. And so most of the people, they have no money. So they are really rely on the free food they can get from the NGOs. So the people that can afford what's in on the market, they are the guys who have a little income from before, or people working for NGOs or other organizations, or for the Ministry of Health or other institution here in Gaza.
So before the US brokered deal, there were alarming reports of the level of malnutrition and hunger across the territory. Would you say things have visibly improved on that front, or not much?
Visibly, it will be not, to be honest, to tell you, because what we see, and it's just, I will just speak for MSF facilities. We had a lot of malnutrition before the ceasefire. We see that we have less malnourished kids and malnourished pregnant women and lactating women. This is not noticeable. We see that, and this is good. That means the food is entering. The humanitarian organization, they are able to provide the food. It's not the same as the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation was just giving for people who are allowed or able to come to their place and to be killed. So now we are doing a real humanitarian work, giving food to people who are in need. So this is a big difference from what Israel and America did from before with the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. So yes, we can see it's better. In terms of medical conditions, no. This is far from what we were expecting from this ceasefire, to get medical equipment, medication, drugs, and all we need to repair people, not just to repair the Gaza Strip, but to repair people in the first. We don't have some vaccines, we don't have some drugs, we can't enter what we were supposed to be entered, like normal drugs, normal equipment for orthopedy, for example. It's not entering. It's not allowed. You need some ventilators for anesthesia. You can't enter them. So no, we are far from what was expected. So the humanitarian help is not coming in the right amount, and the amount is incredible. It's huge. We need a lot.
We'll just take a quick pause. Do you mind just tilting the screen back a tiny bit? We're still missing a bit of headroom on your side. Yeah, that's great. That's great. Yeah, if you can stay in that position, that would be great, because otherwise you've got no headroom. Thank you. So what you're saying, Renald, is there's still a huge gap between what's needed and what's getting through, both in terms of humanitarian aid and medical aid as well.
Yeah, of course it is. And now with the storm, there's a lot of rain. It's the winter, and Israel and all the countries, they can't say they didn't know that the winter was coming. It's the third winter that the Gaza people has to suffer, and they are really suffering. And they are living under tents, they are living under rubble. For the ones who have lost everything, and most of them have lost everything. So the tents they flew away, there is flood here, there is mud everywhere, everything is soaked. It's still raining now. We have 5 days of heavy rain, and you will have more needs. I mean, people will get sick because of this cold weather and the wet weather. They will get infection, they will get not just one infection, but they will get respiratory disease infection. They will everything. So all the food they manage to spare, they will be you can just throw it, and they don't have any shelters anymore for most of them.
So you're saying that with
the situation is, we're still waiting for tents. It was supposed to enter. We're still waiting for them. We need blankets in big amounts. Many of blankets entered, but we are far from what's needed to make people a little bit comfortable with warm equipment and something to be protected. And then, like I said, most of the drugs, most of the equipment to provide safe medication, safe treatment to the people, and to preserve their dignity and the right they have. Because this is a humanitarian right to be protected and to get help. And Israel is not respecting this at all.
Okay, and in terms of the situation on the ground with regards to violence, I know that there have been more than 300 Palestinian people killed since the truce took effect 2 months ago. And we have spoken to people who've told us it's a ceasefire in name only. Are you hearing or are you seeing any evidence of violence on a daily basis?
Yes, of course we do. Of course we do. We hear bombing and shelling almost every day. We know that people are being killed and just towards the yellow zone, orange line. So you know that the Gaza Strip is divided now in 2 zones, one where Hamas has more control and the other one for the Israeli army. So if you come towards what's called a yellow line, which is not on the plan for Trump first part, if you come too close to it, yes, you can be killed. We have some activities very close to this place, and we have daily shelling and bombing in these places, and people are killed, yes. Last Monday, 2 kids have been killed, 2 brothers, because they were too close to this yellow line, or they were perhaps over this yellow line, but they are kids, they don't know, and they shouldn't be a victim of shooting from soldiers from Israel. They are kids, they are not a threat for them.
Sure, and I wanted to ask you what your understanding is with regards to plans to reopen the Rafah border crossing to Egypt. How much of a difference would that make? And have you heard that border is indeed going to open anytime soon?
I'm not allowed to give you any information about this. This is not my part. I'm medical, so I'm not concerned about these issues. We have heard some information. We still wait for a confirmation. So, of course, if it will be open, both sides, it will be easier to get most of the equipment. And for medical evacuation, it will be very, very useful, because medical evacuation by Kerem Shalom is the part of the south of Gaza Strip to go to Israel. It's not allowed, or it's very complicated. So 14,000 people are waiting still for medical evacuation. So if we could do that to Rafah, it would be much, much easier, of course.
Sure, and I know that MSF has been heavily involved in these medical evacuations, some of which have already taken place. I just wanted to ask you lastly, I mean, What's your message to the outside world for people who think that things in Gaza are better than they were before and that the peace process is going full steam ahead? I mean, what's the difference between those kind of messages and the reality you see day to day?
We don't. I was there when we had the rain of bombs, so I can say it's a little bit more peaceful, but the rest is everything is destroyed. All the infrastructure is destroyed. So the life is very, very challenging and very difficult for people. It's a struggle to survive every day, to get water, to get food, to get wood, to make fire, to cook, and to be warm, to find a shelter, and to be healthy. This is almost impossible anyway for many of them, for many of those people. So this daily suffering, and with the rain now, it's a continue. It's a nightmare without any end. It's just continue and continue and continue, and the suffering is continuing. So yes, less shelling, less bombing, but here in Gaza there is no place safe. So you can be killed any moment because Israel takes the right to bomb whenever they want.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Reynold Menard, MSF in Gaza City, thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Thank you very much. Goodbye.
That is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News.
The first democracy in the world, the descendants of Alexander the Great, an isolated village. And a God who speaks through a spiritual medium. The secrets of Malana, a veil lifted from the depths of a mysterious world. The village of Malana, nestled in the enchanting Himalayas, sits at a high altitude of about 2,652 meters above sea level in India's Himachal Pradesh state, surrounded by breathtaking beauty. To reach this hidden sanctuary, travelers must endure a long, winding journey, about 21 kilometers from the nearest city, Kullu, climbing steep trails and rugged paths that seem to go on endlessly before finally reaching the village. Tourists endure great hardship to reach this village due to its remote location, which modern transport cannot access.
The only challenge which I felt was like trekking to Malana village from the parking, which is quite a lot. For me, it was around, it took me around an hour to reach over here.
In this distant valley, there lies a rich history that stretches back thousands of years, a way of life deeply bound by its own unique traditions and laws. The beliefs of the Malanese, which often conflict with their economic needs, mean that although they strictly forbid physical contact with outsiders, they are nonetheless forced to rely mainly on tourism, a blessing, yet also a curse for them.
As the head of the village, my job is to take care of all the work here, such as leveling roads and installing solar light. It is my duty to place trash bins in different parts of the village and to raise awareness among tourists to use them instead of throwing garbage anywhere. I use the money that the government provides for this work.
Jamnangirishi, regarded as one of the great sages in Hindu mythology, is said to have intervened through his divine oracle, commanding that all guest houses surrounding Malana be closed. According to the legend, his decree allowed the village to welcome visitors only during daylight hours, when the god's blessing was present. This remote village attracts around 12,000 visitors each year.
Tourists can't come and stay over here. It's very hard to find a place over here. Usually tourists come, visit, stay here for like a couple of hours and they go back to their own hotels.
It is well known for its beautiful wooden houses, built in the unique Kathkuni architectural style, which were tragically destroyed in a massive fire back in January 2008. From those ashes, a new Malana emerged, resilient and hopeful. The march of modernity became increasingly evident, with cell towers, electricity and television sets appearing everywhere. Throughout Himachal Pradesh, people will tell you that the residents of this ancient village, known for their deeply rooted customs, avoid even the lightest physical contact with outsiders. They remain cautious and distant, especially when it comes to any direct touch. The children of the village do not hesitate to hug or shake hands. But most of the people here still firmly uphold the rule of no physical contact with foreigners.
What surprised me over here is that you can't touch their holy places, you can't touch the local people over here. And if you're not walking on the path which is already made to walk, they'll literally tell you to move away from that. You can't come closer to their houses as well. You have to pay huge amount as fine or something like that.
सुनो यहाँ मना है कि ऐसा नहीं है किसी जगह में हम भी नहीं जा सकता है आप भी नहीं जा सकता है.
Touching is forbidden here. This rule, you see, is not only for outsiders. We too have our own rules that forbid touching others. Even the gods have their rules. That is how it is. Everyone can be punished for touching, even the locals. The people of Malana do not marry outsiders. They also have their own language, which is closely related to ritual and traditional religion.
The people of Malana do not marry outsiders. They also have their own language, which is closely tied to their rituals and traditional faiths, deeply rooted in their culture. The people of Malana speak a sacred tongue known as Kanashi, a language never taught to outsiders, whispered only within the village itself. Nowhere else on earth can this language be heard.
The good tongues once spoken here are gone. Now we speak only Dano, the demon's tongue.
This rare language, Kanashi, belongs to the great Sino-Tibetan family. Yet, in the neighbouring villages, people speak completely different Indian languages, none of which share any real connection with Kanashi. The current state of the Kanashi language, unfortunately, puts it at an inevitable risk of extinction. It is unwritten, and it has not been scientifically documented at all. The people of Malana are distinguished by their light brown hair and eyes. Their noses are long. Their skin is wheat-coloured. They resemble the inhabitants of the Mediterranean basin more than those who live in Himachal. Many stories and legends surround this mountain village. One ancient tale tells how soldiers from Alexander the Great's army sought refuge here in 326 BC, wounded after fierce battles with King Porus, ruler of what is now Punjab in India. Their memory still lingers in the myths of Malana. It is said that these soldiers were the ancestors of today's Malana people, warriors who, after fierce battles long ago, chose these mountains as their final refuge. Artifacts found in the village seem to echo that legend. Yet, there is no study which confirms a link to Alexander's army, and many locals simply call it an old tale.
ये जो है जो सिकंदर का जो फौज था ना वहाँ का कोई It is not true that a man came here. It isn't true that a man named Alexander came here. We are, and have always been, the sons of Jamadagni, Rishi, nothing else.
All that is a lie. There is no lineage of Alexander here. We come from Balkan, Rangri, Lugai, and Shela, and Kulu has its lineage too. It makes no sense for there to be a link to Alexander. In fact, Alexander's descendants also came, but none of them remained as we wiped them out.
The village of Malana is renowned for its judicial and democratic system, marked by its unique and ancient traditions. The members of the village council, 11 in total, gather in the main square and are known as the Jamda. The council members listen patiently to every case brought before them. Disputes are discussed, voices are heard, and the village reaches its verdict by a vote of the majority, an enduring example of the living spirit of democracy that has guided Malana for centuries. This scene reflects the village's adherence to its own laws and its independence from India's formal judicial system. Malana is famous for cultivating a type of cannabis that bears its name, Malana cream, one of the region's main sources of income. Yet this crop brings not only legal challenges but also social consequences. Children and young boys, sadly, have become involved in supplying and selling drugs in Malana.
थोड़ा सुधरेंगे यहाँ पे थोड़ा प्रॉब्लमें थी नशे मतलब ऐसे families that live here believe that people fall into drug addiction at a young age. The village is very small, so education is poor. And only a few of the villagers can read or write. Still, we live a simple life by farming the land, welcoming travelers, sharing stories by the fire, laughing together and finding happiness in the quiet rhythm of our days. Guest houses can be opened, but not inside Malana. I studied until the 10th grade, yet family troubles forced me to stop. According to our culture, we no longer take outside jobs. We follow Rishi's path, growing vegetables, tending apple trees, gathering herbs from the forest. This work is inherited from our ancestors. This is the rhythm of our lives. It keeps us close to our land, to our mountain, and to the silence that protects us, and collecting herbs from the forest. This is how we earn our living.
Here, women work more, and men work less. Women do many tasks like collecting honey and going to the forest to gather herbs.
People are quite friendly over here, and there's some different culture also over here. What I heard about the culture and everything, that they have their own code, they have their own law. They don't follow what you call Indian constitution. So this place is completely different compared to all over India, kind of, you can say that. Their Pradhan take all the decisions. If there's any fight or anything in between the locals or something among themselves, there's only one person who takes all the decision for them.
The unique democratic system practiced in Malana is considered one of the oldest in the world. It closely resembles the model of ancient Greece. It consists of two councils, a lower and an upper house, where matters are discussed carefully. Final authority always rests with the upper house, which includes 3 respected figures, one serving as the voice of the local deity. The village's oral tradition tells of a sacred figure named Jamadan Girishi. He lived in this mountain village centuries ago, known for his wisdom and deep contemplation. He is believed to have helped establish the laws and customs that the people of Malana have followed through the ages.
ऋषि आया ना इधर, जमदग्नि ने ऋषि आ गया तो इस करके इधर तपस्या की है इन्होंने. दानु का राज था. हाँ, दानु ने हार माना.
When Rishi Jamadagni came here and meditated in this place, Danu ruled this region. Danu agreed to hand the village over to Jamadagni. In Hindi, we call him Jamadagni. We call him Jamlu. 2 brothers first came and ruled here. After that, their number grew to 100 people. And now, there are many.
बात और भी आते 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 तब इधर पूरा गाँव बस गया. यहाँ का कल्चर अलग ही है.
The story of Jamdan Girishi forms an inseparable part of Malana's rich cultural heritage. New generations are constantly reminded of the importance of wisdom and a deep reverence for history and tradition. This divine figure truly symbolizes a guiding spirit within Malana's unique system of governance. This political framework, indeed, has raised many questions among researchers and visitors alike, who often struggle to understand how such an advanced form of governance can exist in this remote, yet peculiar village.
Janamji Rishi, he worshipped Shivji for a long time, and Shivji came and gave Vardhan to Rishiji to stay here or something like that. It was there. That drew my attention. And if you can see, there's railing which ground is there. So they said that Rishiji used to worship over here. Over here only Shivji gave him darshan and gave him the Vardhan to stay over here and all that. There's some festival today for which I came. So let's see festival, how does it goes. It should start in the evening and it will go on for the next 2-3 days. They dance and all that, and they do prayers and all that.
The young women adorn themselves with bright clothes and jewellery as they prepare for Phagli, the joyful festival celebrated across Himachal Pradesh. It marks the end of winter's chill and the warm, colourful arrival of spring. It is an important and colourful celebration of music and traditional dance that unites the community.
This celebration is held at the end of winter and the beginning of summer. Now we can plant the seeds in the fields. We will start by planting potatoes, kidney beans and other things.
Girls will come from all the villages wearing their best dresses. And there will be dances in many places, and everyone will visit each other's homes to eat together.
It is our tradition to celebrate after the snowfall that lasts for 6 months. The snow isolates our village completely, as there is no way out during the winter. When the spring arrives, the place becomes filled with joy. Everyone sings, the snow has melted, and people dance through the night and into the morning. This is the reason for our happiness. I guess the village has to take care of the things. That there are lots of garbage on the entrance of the village, and there are lots of stuff is scattered over here and there. So I guess it can get much better. They can clean it properly.
We have no problem with tourists. The only problem we face with them is that when they come here, they throw litter on the road, like chocolate wrappers, biscuits, and empty bottles.
This enchanting village has absorbed the essence of the Himalayas that surround it, its roots intertwined with the ancient heritage of its people. Despite warnings against foreigners and the strict rule of no physical contact, the village radiates warmth. It remains a mysterious haven for many adventure seekers. Yet one wonders, could the villagers' joy in welcoming tourists ultimately become the very cause of their village's ruin?
बस यहाँ पे फ्यूचर यही है अब फ्यूचर तो अब पहाड़ ही है ये फ्यूचर सब
These mountains are our future because in the days to come they will remain beautiful. The world below us is not so good. Tourism is not welcomed here. What can we do? We are the sons of the wise and it is our duty to carry on the work of the sages.
बस अपना खाते जीते बस यही है
Sorry, Tom, I'm late. I'm nearly there.
People are going to have their hearts broken and put back together in this film. I think they're going to be able to watch the characters of Elphaba and Glinda and see themselves and see them with their own friends and have this beautiful story of friendship kind of come to a close. I'm very excited.
Wicked is like a family to me now. It means that my family has just grown. I think every time you step onto a movie set, especially something like Wicked, it's always amazing. Something is always different because the story has evolved and the characters have evolved and they've all grown in different ways. And then there's also introduction of new characters. So every day is a lovely surprise. And I think one of the scenes that I really was very nostalgic about was the wedding scene, because I did Crazy Rich Asians with John M. Chu. And now I think he must be the most famous director from setting up the most incredible, glamorous wedding. I think everyone will find a different message for themselves because the complexities of emotions, of different paths that you can choose to take is different for each person. I think it will be different for you and for myself. So find your message.
The women's performances, the score is incredible. I think the music production on the album is amazing. The world continues to be built in such a beautiful way. There's so much to enjoy, and it's all John M. Chu, the director, so we have him to thank. He's the true magician, I think.
It's just like such a wide audience. I'm used to smaller community theater, and this is very much wide scale, so it's been overwhelming but really, really great. People hopefully seeing little pockets of themselves along the way, reflecting maybe, having their viewpoints change and be open to change in general, I think.
Wildly amazing. How the feedback from the first movie, amazing. You know, we know that a lot of fans have been already fervently enrolled from the stage play for the last 20 years. It's a phenomenon, and their anticipation for this first movie was big, but their satisfaction and delight and ecstasy has been palpable and delightful to see. But the second one, I think, is a masterpiece of a movie, and I think they're going to go out of their minds. I can't wait to see it again. I've seen it once in a little screening room. I can't wait to see it with an audience. I can't wait to feel what the whole group reaction will be, because I think it's going to be amazing. Ariane and Cynthia, I can't wait for them to see their spectacular performances. Nobody acts better than they do, and nobody sings at the same time better than they do. I can't wait for them to see that. I have a song called Wonderful that I do with the two of them. I cherish that, and the way the whole thing ends is something else.
It's a filmmaker's dream to make something that people want to see. And the fact that they've taken it into their lives, they've made creative things because of it, that they've gathered their friends and made costumes and put on sing-alongs. Like, this is what movies do. They bring people together, and I love that I'm either a little part of that. The amazing epic landscapes that have even grown even further, our production design, our costume design, and of course Cynthia and Ariana. These two are gifts to the world by the heavens. They are channeling something greater from their hearts, their talents, and I love capturing moments of that, little glimpses. They got a lot more to give to us, but the fact that I got to put little jars out, and then now I get to give that to the world, just wait till you see these two.
We hope people connect with these two women in a different way. They've grown up. They are dealing with the consequences of their decisions from the last time. And this is sort of like the culmination of everything that they've been through. We really hope that people connect with this last part of the journey and understand that these girls still love each other, and hopefully people will fall in love with them again.
It's been amazing. It's been the most beautiful experience. We shot both films at the first time, and it was extraordinary. And we've stayed in touch all the time. Everyone thinks, oh, what, do they talk anymore? Of course we talk anymore.
This all started when the Joker and I broke up. It was completely mutual. And soon enough, I was back on my feet, ready to embrace the fierce goddess within.
Such a pleasure to talk to the both of you. To quote her, it was fantabulous to watch it yesterday because, you know, it's the kind of film that gives you energy. I don't know how to explain it, but was it the same on set because it's such a fast-paced kind of shoot?
It was, and it was very fast-paced when we were shooting. I mean, just the parameters we had, we were shooting on location a lot of the time, so it was like, quick, get it done, we're losing the light, or like we lose our street closure in 15 minutes. So it had very much had that kinetic feel on set as well, and that always seeps into the scenes, I think. Plus, anytime you have an ensemble cast, I think there's so much going on, and there's so many people in every scene, and it's just... We really wanted Gotham to feel populated. We didn't want to just have, you know, a few characters. There are quieter moments, but for the most part, it's pretty, you know, chaotic. So yeah, it had that feel on set as well in a really fun way.
But it turns out I wasn't the only dame in Gotham looking for emancipation.
Did you realize from the start that this ensemble had, you know, so much charisma together? Was it obvious from the start?
chemistry is something you can't really explain or force. It's either there or it's not, and we actually really like each other.
Yeah, everyone's cool, and like we all get along. It's easy, and you can have like a grouping of actors where everyone's extremely good at their job, but for some reason you just don't have that alchemy, and that's why I feel like chemistry reads are so important, and we knew that the grouping was going to be so important.
He's after all of us. The kid just robbed him. You betrayed him. You killed his BFF. What?
You are so cool. Obviously, we discovered her in Suicide Squad, but this is a full blast discovery of in and out Harley Quinn. How much of a pleasure is it for you to explore her so much, and how much input are you able to put?
It's great. I mean, I love the character so much, and I loved her in the comics, and getting to play her on screen in all these different scenarios, some of which you'll recognize from the comics, others are completely fabricated from Christina's wild and wacky brain. It's a joy because there's endless options when you play Harley. She can kind of do anything.
And I'm here to report a terrible crime. And what terrible crime is that? This one.
Kathy told me something that made me laugh. She said because, you had already, taught yourself how to ice skate for I, Tonya, it was easier for you for the roller skate. But I've done both, and it's not the same thing.
It's not the same at all. Yeah. It's easy when you're not on the skates to be like, sure. And I did the same thing. I was like, the roller skating will be fine because I've done the ice skating.
It's completely different, especially on the four wheels.
Exactly. It's not like I was on rollerblades. I was on roller skates. So it was different, but it did hurt a lot less, I felt. Like when I fell, falling on the concrete hurt less than falling on ice. Neither is great, but I'd take the skates. I'd take the roller skates.
Psychologically speaking, vengeance rarely brings the catharsis we hope for. Yeah. Are we ready? You blow up,
and because you're also a producer, how much does it all work together?
It works really well. I mean, I feel like the two roles complement each other a lot of the time. I can have like an inside view of I can foresee problems before they happen because I'm physically right there, much closer, and on the other side, I feel like I can produce better because I understand what the other actors are going through, perhaps, and kind of obviously have more creative input in that sense because I know the character and I know the world inside out.
Finally, how are you living award season with promoting this film? Obviously, you probably didn't expect both of them to arrive together. You had to miss the Oscar luncheon yesterday.
Yeah, I know, which I went to when I got nominated for Tonya, and it was like one of the most special. It felt like I had a graduation from college or something. It was one of the most special days. So I know it's all kind of happening at the same time right now, but I'm just an exceptionally lucky woman. And
a hard worker. Come on. She busts her ass.
Yeah, on Sunday she's going to compete against herself at the BAFTA.
I know. Yeah. Do you know what my brother said to me this morning? He's like, oh yeah, you're nominated twice for a BAFTA. So even if you won, you'd still lose. I was like, oh, I hadn't thought of that.
You're a loser either
Yeah,
way.
I was like, that's a lovely spin to put on it. Thanks.
Gotta love brothers.
Yeah, your
Gotta have
family's
families
always
to keep
real
you
with
grounded.
you.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I will see you at the BAFTAs on Sunday, and
Great.
congratulations on everything. No escaping me. I'm like the fourth bird of prey.
ما تنسوا تحضروا Birds of Prey كفرايداي ميجا موفي الجمعة ب 28 نوفمبر الساعة 9 بتوقيت السعودية.
It's the lifeblood of this town, and you can't help but, at least from my point of view, be interested in how your opinions match up with other people's, because there's been so many great films this year.
It's also a great place where you can really talk to people and engage a little bit, and it's at this moment where, I don't know, like all of the films have still this kind of life that we are feeding them. And hopefully some of them will, will get there and they'll be seen by more people.
I feel like it's just a celebration of storytelling. We have,
4 amazing honorees, but it's just the amount of talent that gathered all together to celebrate one another is just a really special occasion.
Just to be able to see, I guess other colleagues and people that you admire and aspire to, they're here, and it's a wonderful excitement, and there's just a certain energy in the room.
Everyone tonight is really worthy of this award and worthy of having an Oscar.
Thank you. Thank you so much to the Academy and the Board of Governors for this glorious golden moment in the sun with Oscar.
It means so much. It's a level of respect that is on such a high plane, and from the people in the industry that I work with all the time and with my whole family here. It's like the ultimate recognition that I never really expected to get, and I'm just grateful.
I've had masters and mentors that have trained me, encouraged me, criticized me, given me opportunity, uplifted me, and helped me become the Debbie Allen that you're celebrating tonight.
At the end of a movie, when they roll all those names, and you wonder, who are they? What did they do? They're here.
There's so many people that have been great that went unhonored. Ruby Dee never won that Oscar that she deserved for many, many years. I mean, there's a long laundry list of people that were never honored, but I am carrying them all with me on my shoulders.
They're sort of honoring people who are kind of just, like putting in the yards and doing amazing things.
It's not just famous people that are getting awards, it's also people who've done great humanitarian work or outreach or great producers.
Tom, it's my honor to present you with this Governor Award.
It's about time. He's been doing it for a long time. He chooses great films, and he's always outstanding.
Man, come on. He's a legend. He's been a legend for as long as I can remember.
I want to see Tom Cruise. Yeah, I'm really fascinated by him, and I want to hear what he says. Yes, it's interesting.
Thank you all very much for this honor. I'm deeply grateful. Good night.
All in the wonderful game.
I would be a good person too if I grew up in some cozy little impenetrable home. I would have to steal and stab and fib all the goddamn time just to get by.
Talking about everyone else, did you have the feeling that everyone else was waiting for the second season to drop?
Yeah, to be quite honest with you. I did feel the anticipation for season 2. It was so gratifying as we were ending this season. Amazon announced that there's going to be a season 3. So this story will continue. I know what we have in the can. I know where this story goes. I know how meaningful it was to me and everybody else that went on this journey in front of and behind the camera. And we gave it everything that we had. And I hope that the fans of it, see in it what we do. Because it doesn't belong to us, really, it belongs to the world. This is a global show. There is a global community of people that have played this game and participated in this world. And now they're, the fans that are the people that watch the show that don't play games at all. So, yeah, I'm just excited for people to see it.
What exactly is it you plan on doing once we find your daddy?
Gonna bring him to justice. So people know that how they conduct themselves matters. They don't give up hope.
The stuff we fight for, the story has it you used to believe in those things too.
Because every single detail is very specific to the Fallout universe, how amazing are those sets, the mixture of the retro-futuristic and the post-apocalyptic and everything together in a beautiful recipe.
Yes, they're very, very clever
in the way that they combine these things. And you know, when you're on a set, you feel like, well, it's a set. You know, I mean, it's a magnificent set. But then when you see it realized on film and you watch it on the screen, it somehow becomes this real, tangible, I mean, just overwhelming visual experience, which they are so good at. So, I mean, that to me is really the joy of it, is when you see it as an audience. That's the best thing.
I wish I had it for 200 years. I've kept myself alive for one reason. To find my family.
How is it to be on those sets, especially in this one, you know, with the whole New Vegas situation and, you know, every single detail is so specific to the Fallout universe?
Howard Cummings is one of the most extraordinary people I've ever met in my life, and how his mind is able to conceive of these spaces. He designs all of these spaces, of course, with Jonathan Nolan and the writer's input, but the tactile world, the analog world in which we get an opportunity to play in every day, never ceases to amaze me. It's real. I mean, is there a green screen? Of course. Do we get an opportunity to be on a volume stage? Of course. But most of what you see, most of it is real. That was very, very important to Nolan, and we get to benefit from that greatly.
We're actually beginning to get along.
Try again.
What do you most enjoy about Hank McLean? Obviously, you know, there was the unexpected in season 1. What should we expect for season 2?
I think it's exactly that. I think it's expect the unexpected, because Hank will continue to change and his motivations become clearer in some ways, and his justifications are clear as well to himself, you know. So I think people are going to see other sides of him, and I think in particular they're going to see a little more glee, a little more fun, a little more humor with Hank, something that we really leaned into for season 2. He's enjoying what he's doing, and he makes no bones about, you know, putting it out there.
So this is Vegas, huh? I'd ask why my dad ran into a den of monsters, but he'd probably just tell me to shut the fudge up.
Been nominated 20 times, so that means you've been at least 20 times to the Oscars. Do you remember a fun year, some particularly, where you took pictures with everyone?
Oh, it's always fun. In the beginning it was fun because I didn't know anybody and I just looked at them all as movie stars, and now I tend to go and I've worked with practically everybody, so it's nice to see them again.
Miranda?
Took you long enough.
The tracks are made. The songs are ready. Let's take it from the top.
What's been your turning point, the moment that you felt that acting is for you, or it's something that you really want to pursue a profession in?
I was a sophomore in high school, and my buddy, he's a really good friend of mine, and he used to give me a ride home from school, and he said, I'm going to audition for this play. I said, all right, we played baseball together and stuff, so I was like, you need to give me a ride home, so yeah, I'll audition for this play. And we just had a really wonderful drama teacher. She was young and energetic, and she had just come into the program and really kind of pushed me in that direction, but in a really great way.
And it felt right. It was right.
That's right.
Talking about the Mandalorian universe, is it pinch me moments every time you step on those sets and you get like immersed into the universe of what it is?
Yeah, they keep on outdoing themselves. It's incredible what they can do with an outdoor location. The level of detail, the best apartments in the world, the volume that they use to create special effects, but really helps believe the reality that is being portrayed. These incredible landscapes and visuals that kind of envelop a very immaculate set. So very little is left to the imagination, really.
Good shot, baby.
I am a girl who loves my island, and the girl who loves the sea. It calls me.
How's your little girl?
She's great here. Lola.
Oh my God. She's beautiful.
Thank you.
She's so pretty.
Thank you so much. She'll soon be in age to watch your films. We'll start with Moana.
Yeah, start there first, yes.
I didn't think you'd be on this soon.
Well, I just couldn't stop walking until I got here.
What are you thinking about?
I was thinking that we ought to get married.
Great to see you girls and talk about this film that I find quite poetic. Without giving too much away, when did you meet and how much did you discuss what the characters meant to the storyline?
We first met in Toronto a few months ago, so it's been quite an unusual experience that we all obviously had our scenes with Joel, but none of us met together outside of that.
So the discussion about the characters came after you filmed?
Oh no, like the discussion with the character would have came when I was talking with Clint, you know, about whether to do the project or not, and asking questions and to see if, you know, it was a good match. And then, as you were saying, Clint kind of then was very much like letting you be free and you know, not overthinking things, and very much relaxed was a big part of it.
This is rough work, gentlemen. Not just on the body. We just cut down trees that have been here for 500 years.
It's a story about so many things. You know, as I said, I found it poetic, I found it sad, I found it simple in the best possible way. It looks so beautiful. What most attracted you to that kind of film that is, you know, you don't see those films that often, and that's what's beautiful about it.
Part of the reason of wanting to do it was seeing the work that Clint and Adolfo had done in Jockey, the film they made before Train Dreams, and they really shoot nature beautifully and light, and so much of this film is just shot in natural light, and we'd be up, you know, in the early hours of the morning to get a scene when the sun's coming up, or there's an amazing, on that west coast of America, there's an amazing pink light when the sun goes down, and you get just these beautiful moments. So you're trying to marry the drama, what's happening in the scene, with being reflected in the background, in the environment. And when you get the fusion of that, it's very special. Yeah. You think that she knows that I'm her daddy?
Deep down, she knows it. Even if she doesn't know she knows it yet.
How much does it change the acting exercise when you are in those surroundings of nature, and when it's kind of a different atmosphere from a movie set or a sound stage?
Well, it was quite interesting navigating Gladys's kind of movements and how we behave now, you know, when we're on our phones, and there's kind of quite a lot of kinetic energy around us, and we have busy minds and busy lives, and we're probably overly multitasking. And then thinking about someone who is for long periods of time on their own, how that affects, you know, the way they move. I felt with her that everything is, she's a woman who's grown up but on a farm, and she's not overthinking things. She moves with intention, and she's not scared of the outdoors. It's how she survives. So it's always kind of interesting finding those differences from your own life.
In the forest, every least thing's important. It's all threaded together. So you can't tell where one thing ends and another begins.
Do you think bad things that we do follow us through life? I don't know.
Let's talk about working with Joel on this and discussing, you know, what his characters go through emotionally in the arc of the story.
So I'd worked with Joel a long time ago in Australia on a movie, Ned Kelly, so I knew him over the years and wanted to do this movie with him because I knew he was going to do a really great job. And there was an ease, which is kind of written in the script, that she feels like an old friend. So I wanted to do that because of our previous relationship and because I knew he was going to pull it off in a beautiful way.
Yeah, Joel's just one of those actors that other actors always want to work with because of the subtlety of his work and the kind of projects that he does. We'd been kind of circling each other for some time, wanting to find something to do together, and then this came along and it felt like it was the right thing and the right moment to come together.
There must be something for us to learn from that.
I wish reality were as easy as talking. He grows up but keeps that innocence. That's the instinct God created us with. Mahmoud's dream is to become a pianist.
Is speech the only way to express thoughts and feelings? Descartes, the father of modern philosophy, said, "I think, therefore I am." He didn't say, "I speak, therefore I am." There are many means of communication around us: drawing, music, singing, writing, sports. Even eyes have a language. Each one of us is different. We share many things and differ in many others. The same applies to autistic people who can be similar or different. Since medicine discovered autism 8 decades ago, half of people around us still see it as a mystery. And such people do not try to know anything about autism. Even scientists disagree over it. Some see it as a psychological or neurological disorder, while others consider it a genetic biological problem. Why don't we know a lot about autism? Today, we try to reach them. We are not looking for a cause, a doctor, or a cure. This will be a special mission in which we go to them to find out their thoughts and feelings. Do they live in the moment only? Or do they dream and wish? Do they understand adolescence? What is lying? Or politeness to them? Do they know they are different? We thought it would be enough to get answers even to some of those questions. It's impossible to reach everyone, but it led us to a few of them. A young man living in his 20s, and in his story, a message for every human.
I exactly experienced the entire 5 stages of Kubler-Ross. I experienced every single stage. Starting with denial, I experienced this stage in the sense that I cannot believe that my son has autism. There is nothing wrong with my son. It must be a stage that would pass. You know how mothers might fool themselves. They pretend that there is nothing wrong, then there's the stage of anger. The anger stage involves questions like, why isn't he interacting? Why should Mahmoud be autistic? Even though I never asked myself or God about why I had to go through this.
When I was young, my father used to sing for me in the car. I love you when you speak. I love you when you draw a smile. شو بحبك لما بتحكي ترسم عشفافك ضحكي شو بحبك لما بتبكي بتشكي وعم بتغلغل فيه حبيبي انت الأحلى عمري بقلبك عم بيحلى عطرك سحرك صوتك رسمك صار مني وفيك.
Sometimes I thought about committing suicide. I wished death for me and my son, but my death wouldn't change anything. In the end, my son would be left alone, and that's not what I want for him. When I felt that I was fed up, as they say, I could no longer bear this angry and depressed fate. That's when it started to search for psychological solutions. Thus, I studied psychodrama therapy, because I was convinced that I wouldn't heal. In 1 or 2 sessions, or even in 1 or 2 years, I was convinced I needed to know how to face my feelings and understand my psychological condition throughout my life, because I knew my current situation would continue all the time.
شو حلو حبيبي شو حلو هالقمر شوفوا ما أجمله بس أنا عبالي دلله وحياتي ما حدا بقى يزعله. I don't like hurting anyone.
أوقات الدنيا بتوجعني وساعات بتعاند ويايا لا بخاف وحخاف ازاي يعني دايما مطمن طول ما انت معايا.
During World War II, a psychiatrist was influenced by the power of compassion and resilience in human spirit. In 1969, she introduced a model named after her, about the 5 stages of grief. Through this model, Kubler-Ross wanted to speak out loud about the feelings a person experiences when faced with a shock that shakes their inner peace. The transitional stages in the Kubler-Ross change curve begin with shock, which leads to denial. Then anger takes hold. Then we begin bargaining with ourselves in a one-sided dialogue. We want to escape the crisis without making any effort. Then comes depression and sorrow. Despair and all negative thoughts start to attack at the same time. Acceptance is the beginning of the solution.
And out of love for her son, she feels hatred. She thinks she hates her son, but in fact, that represents in psychology the stage of anger in Kubler-Ross model. She becomes angry with herself because she feels those emotions, which are unfortunately normal. If we had psychological awareness in education, she wouldn't be blaming herself. Once I reached the stage of acceptance, he started to show results that I had been waiting for years of effort. He started to show me those results. I reached a state of acceptance that it's over. I accepted him however he is, whatever progress he makes or doesn't make. That's it. This is my son, and I want to love him just the way he is. And that is the golden key.
I accepted Mahmoud as he is, like any mother who wanted him to lean on her. But what happened was the opposite. Fatin's dreams of Mahmoud graduating from university with a postgraduate degree did not come true. Mahmoud opened a door to his world for her, and he amazed her and made her forget the routine life and the struggle, competition, and racing against time in everything.
I used to be afraid that something might happen to me. And how would Mahmoud eat? He doesn't know how to say, I want to eat. He wouldn't say, I'm thirsty. I have to bring him water. But what worries me is his perseverance. Mahmoud has overcome it, thankfully. Thank God, you could say.
Do you consider that the great achievement was by Mahmud or Fatin.
It was definitely by Mahmud. We honor mothers in our society, and we see the efforts made. But, unfortunately, we don't understand the value of that effort because they struggle just like we do. They struggle with themselves. It's not something easy for them from the start. It's not easy for them because we are breaking their nature. In fact, I'll tell you more. We are distorting them. We are distorting their nature so that they become like us.
Due to the commonalities within the stories, we went to Niraj, a young boy who is talented in drawing and video games, a boy no older than 12, who speaks, reads, and writes. He has a small home, with a family, school, and friends.
At this time, I don't know nothing about the autism, so I was just thinking why he don't talk. Why he don't talk? Because he was speaking, he's eating good, sleeping good. I think when I call him, he don't come. I say, Niraj, he don't look at us, don't come. So one day, when he was 3 years old, with nothing, no speak, he just making sounds like. At this time, I don't know nothing about autism. I know autism only. I know some children with development problem have autism. So when I come back home and I went to the internet, this is something wrong. You never have to go to the internet to check and solve your problem. Oh my God, what only bad things about autism? Only, but there I see a picture of my son.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, I would say so. I would say that, I mean, being in denial is kind of running away, isn't it? It's an indirect way of saying you're running away if you are in denial. You know, maybe you're in denial because subconsciously you know it's true, but maybe you're in denial because maybe you don't know what to do, so you panic. And it's definitely Artemia is what woke me up. You know, kind of she would bring me back down to earth, saying, this is not going to go away. He's not going to snap out of it. It's not something that there's no medicine that we can just give him and he's going to be okay. And then I would see what she's doing. And that's, then that was like kind of the inspiration to, I want to be part of this journey and help where I can. That's basically how I transitioned from not doing anything into trying to do something. I see myself as a father to Niraj, not as an autistic child, but as a normal child, which gives me an over-sensing comfort. So it's not, I should do more with Niraj because he's autistic. It's more, I should just do more with him just because he's just another child. So I think now I'm not beating myself up because he's autistic, and I think that's a testament on how far he's come.
When he was 5, we take him to one psychologist, and she told me, "Oh, you have to understand because you will never talk. He gonna be adult with the mind of the child." He just told me like this. My son is talking now. If you say that for one mother, you take her hope. Yeah, your hope. You need to give hope. You need to say, "Oh, buy this book. Oh, do this, do that, come back here, let's do something. They need to be positive.
I've never had pets. I'm not a huge pet lover, but I did try, and whenever we take him to the park, try and push him towards the dogs in the park. And yeah, he liked them a lot. And now we have cats, so he's you know, plays with them as much as he wants. I did try to play football with him. He doesn't want to play. So then I just kind of revert back to what he's interested in, and because at the end of the day, that's how you maximize engagement with anyone.
The doctor tried to steal her hope, but she failed twice. As a doctor, and as a human, that's what happened to Artemia. She lost herself chasing books and sources for guidance to reach her son. Her mission wasn't easy, and notably, the majority of books written about autism were written by autistic people themselves.
One of the therapist told me we have to make some exercise with him. You put some up with the hot water, no, very hot water. Yeah, one is something like lemon, or do this exercise as many as you can. Okay, show me phone. Good work. Show me cooking. Good work, Niraj. Show me jumping. Good work. Coloring pencil. Good work, Niraj.
She pulled hope out of pain to get her son to read, write, and draw, and express himself, even participate in competitions with others. They are not in their own world. They are in ours.
How did they help, Niraj? Do you think?
Oh yeah, definitely. So when we have games that involve, but mainly, you know, those kind of group games, is definitely you bring them in, and the kids don't know they're doing it. The kids don't know they're helping. For them, they're just playing.
Was very difficult, was very depressed in the beginning. And now I see my son, he can talk, he can ask what he wants, he have good behavior outside, he learning many things. I like my son like this, I want him like this, I don't want another son. I don't want a perfect Niraj. He's perfect for me.
They don't know they are different. We are the ones who create the difference. Many realize this truth. Nahed, the mother who wants to help them reach their fullest potential, to discover their skills without differences and bullying.
I am Nahed, a mother before anything else. I built this entire place, dreaming of a space where Ahmed could live, where I could watch him grow. My dreams, like any mother, were very big. Unfortunately, after I started this place, Ahmed's needs were different, and today Ahmed. What exists in this place? But the place has become for all the Ahmed in this world. I now have more than one Ahmed. I have Eli, I have Khaled. They call me Mom, and my son does not talk. After my long journey with Ahmed, he stayed the same. I was the one who changed. So I wanted to change Ahmed, but Ahmed won't change. Ahmed granted me exponential strength to be the person I am now, capable of helping all these people. I really do not see myself as strong. Is there a greater strength than that? This is Ahmed's strength, although considered as disabled, but they are not weak. They deserve to live. We all have our own kind of disability. The The only thing these children fear is losing their parents. They fear because we have become their safety, not the society. The community as a whole must change so that children feel safe. Then comes competition, and the comes desire to achieve self-worth. Children do not feel safe. Their safety is us. So we must give our children safety before we ask society to give them safety. A group of young men graduated from our center are now working in government agencies, in Emicor, and some working at Siemens Energy, with very good salary, comparable to university, graduate salaries. These children must have experience and skills so that they can compete in the labor market according to their capabilities.
My name is Andrea, and I'm 18 years old. I consider myself as a kind person. I love helping everyone who seeks help. I enjoy spending time with my family. I believe there is love inside every person. Each person has a beautiful soul within them. How would you describe Mahmoud? He is a kind person and musically talented. He plays the piano and sings, and he is also handsome.
How do you describe Andrea?
She is my friend. I love her very much. He plays the piano and the guitar.
I was studying a major that I love. I was easing my conscience as a mother by studying something that could help my son. We can manage behavior either with reinforcement or punishment. When we know which reinforcement is best for the child, we can use it to teach the child to ask and express themselves. It is not necessary to express by talking, because many autistic do not speak. So we can use pictures, or we can use an iPad, to be able to communicate with them, and they can communicate with us. This skill is one of the most important things we teach a child. It's one of the foundational skills we begin with for a child. Honestly, the early stages were the hardest for me. I used to repeat sessions that he learned with the specialist every day. I would reapply the speech sessions with him 4 times a day. I used to repeat them on the same day. At the times when I could not do these sessions, I would repeat them through activities I would do with him at home. So when he became responsive, when he was ready, when he became ready to expose him, experiments to find out what does he like, so we tried. To experiments and discover what he liked, we began teaching him the field of computer and software, and we tried exposing him to all fields until we discovered that Mahmoud was excellent at playing piano. He can express himself, his anger, his joy through playing the piano.
What if we were asked to pause for a moment and put on the shoes of this mother or sister or that father or brother just for a moment? What if we realized that one of our children is on the autism spectrum? Everyone we spoke to never wished to switch roles. Instead, they asked of those around them or those they encountered on the street or in the store or the cinema or school. Anyway, they wish to grant these passes by the children with autism a little understanding and a little love.
It pains me to see him grow up, still with that same innocence and childlike nature. Maybe because I'm afraid for him. Afraid of his innocence, the purity of his thinking, his unconditional love for people, and his lack of awareness of the evil in this world. The initial phase is exceptionally challenging, initiating them with their first word, the first letter. It's a very challenging stage. It's one of the most challenging stages. The challenge of adulthood is also affected.
And I want to say to the ones who abandon their children, go back to them. They need you. Do not be ashamed of your children. Your son may not be what you dreamed of, but they become something you never dreamed of before. I am really grateful for his presence, no matter what he is. Of course, I wish he does not suffer from autism. I cannot imagine my life without his presence.
What do you want to say to Dad?
I played the piano.
If you want to talk to him but he is away,
I call him.
what do you tell him?
Come. I love playing piano and drawing and sports and swimming.
What do you do in the kitchen?
I make a labneh sandwich.
صعبة في أولها مع بعض أنا وأنت أكيد هنكملها لا 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 لا.
It is the oldest crop known to humanity. It was cultivated by ancient civilizations about 12,000 years ago and used as food and medicine for at least 2,500 years. Cannabis was once believed to be a natural remedy for pain, nausea, and muscle spasms, and was sometimes used as an appetite suppressant and for post-traumatic stress disorder. However, countless studies have shown that cannabis may cause serious health risks, worse than cocaine in the case of repeated addiction, especially if it begins at an early age. This was confirmed by a psychiatrist at the University of Ottawa, Marcus Salmi. Dr. Salmi says that some people believe that cannabis is a plant that comes from Mother Nature and cannot cause any harm. But this is refuted by studies published in the British Medical Journal. People don't die from cannabis overdose, but it can have other serious consequences for physical and mental health, says epidemiologist Deborah Hazen of Columbia University. According to a study published in the Journal of the American Heart Association, people who regularly use cannabis are more likely to suffer heart attacks and strokes. Some of the risks of regular cannabis use include drug use psychosis, where a person experiences delusions or paranoia, severe depression, dry mouth, fatigue, and a temporary loss of touch with reality.
Now we've noticed that people who are using cannabis are using stronger cannabis than, for example, the type of cannabis that was available in the 60s and 70s in terms of the THC content, or the actual active ingredient that make people hallucinate or feel relaxed or feel that they're going through a good time. And at the same time, also people who use cannabis have been noticed to have overall poorer health and being admitted to hospital more often. they also associated with smoking or with more drinking or with more use of other drugs. So overall, with the legalization happening in many countries, we're learning more and more about how cannabis use is developing and growing, whether among young people or older people. And I believe it will continue to be a drug that's available, and most likely a society will accept it just like we accepted alcohol. But to say it is a harmless drug that everybody should be using without worry is definitely not something that I advocate or that the medical profession in general supports.
Did you know that alcohol consumption is prohibited in most public places in Amsterdam? Contrary to popular belief, cannabis is not legal in the Netherlands, but since the 1970s, it has been tolerated to a certain extent. Coffee shops may not store more than 500 grams of cannabis, and they may not sell more than 5 grams per day to the same customer. The cultivation and supply of cannabis are also illegal, meaning coffee shops are technically operating outside the law when they receive stock. Sometimes the suppliers are opaque and may even be affiliated with criminal gangs. Homeland of Vincent van Gogh, Tiesto, and Rem Koolhaas. Here, tourists visit the Rijksmuseum, which is described as the Dutch Louvre. This is the cosmopolitan city of Amsterdam. The Netherlands, despite its small size, is a global agricultural powerhouse and a major exporter, earning it the nickname the grocery store of Europe. The country serves as a major gateway to Europe, with the port of Rotterdam being the largest port in Europe and a key logistics hub. Amsterdam, the Netherlands' most famous city and cultural capital, is also one of Europe's most prominent financial centers. The city of canals, museums, and theaters is visited by millions of people every year. But what percentage of these tourists visit for the smoking freedom in its coffee shops? While the Netherlands was the first country in the world to allow the free use of cannabis in public since the late 1970s, with conditions and restrictions, this policy was intended by the government to limit the risks of hard drug addiction. However, in recent years, the Netherlands has been plagued by the growing influence of powerful drug gangs and the violence of organized crime. To investigate, our Arabiya English team went to the cafes, streets, and even cannabis farms of the Netherlands, especially since other countries have followed suit in recent years and legalized the cultivation and trade of cannabis. We traveled to Tiel, a town located 85 kilometers from Amsterdam, to meet the first person to sell soft drugs in a cafe he once owned. Soft drugs is cannabis, hash, and marijuana. Werner Bruning, who opened Malo Yalo in 1973, the first coffee shop in Amsterdam to sell soft drugs.
This coffee shop system partially was set up as such that one of us would pretend he was just a visitor sitting in front of the bar and selling hash grass. And that I, as an owner, allowed this guy to do so because he gave me a lot of smoke if I wanted and so, things like that. You can suggest a kind of a fairy tale. And that made it impossible to close the shop down because they could arrest the dealer, but they couldn't arrest me. I was the owner who was saying, "Oh, I don't know, I don't care either," and that was it. And then they made it combined the two things, and said anybody in that shop who is selling hash and grass is supposed to be one of the employees of that shop. So there is a link. And they said, okay, we'll leave all the shops that are existing open. We give them sort of a permit, but only under certain rules. And if you don't obey those rules, we'll shut you down anyway.
Jari studied hotel management at one of the most famous universities in the Netherlands and follows a modern approach in managing cannabis cafes that he and his brother inherited from their family in Amsterdam. Jari also confirmed Warner's words.
And it wasn't really allowed, but it was the 80s, it was the 70s, and the government was looking the other way. And since it didn't do really much harm, then came the decriminalization policy of the Netherlands. Ever since, they've never changed this policy, which is weird because the conditions are very different now than they were 40 years ago.
Cannabis was first criminalized in the Netherlands in 1953, following previous laws against its import and export in 1928. In 1972, the Dutch government classified drugs into two categories: more dangerous and less dangerous, with cannabis falling into the less dangerous category. Accordingly, possession of 30 grams or less was considered a misdemeanor. This approach aims to keep cannabis trafficking out of the hands of criminals and reduce users' exposure to hard drugs. Dan van Gogh, we spoke with via Zoom, is a researcher at Trimbos, the National Research Institute for Mental Health Care, Addiction Care and Social Work, responsible for informing government policymakers about mental health issues affecting the Dutch.
It's a loophole. It's the clear loophole in our current policy for many years already. You are allowed to buy cannabis from a coffee shop, but nobody knows what actually it is that you are buying, since there is no control whatsoever or criteria whatsoever, and this needs to be improved, of course. And this is why other countries, they have moved forward. They are doing that already from the start.
You can buy and sell small amounts of cannabis without fear of prosecution in the Netherlands, but its commercial cultivation remains illegal. This is how observers describe the state of the cannabis market and its laws in the Netherlands. We went to meet Saeed, a second-generation Moroccan in the Netherlands who has run a cafe selling soft drugs for 20 years in a suburb of Amsterdam. We asked him about the difficulties he faces in his business and how drugs are purchased and sold to customers.
The thing with coffee shops, one of the things, you can only have 500 grams inside. If you have 501 grams and they come inside to check your business, they will close you for like 2 weeks. The second time, you have more than 500 again, they will close you definitely. They come and they check some people's pockets, and somebody has drugs, they shut you down. So it's a really delicate business. If you sell a customer more than 5, you're breaking the law. If they find out, they close you. Now, we can sell this, we can sell the weed, we can sell the hash, we can buy it, but if they see us buying it, we're trafficking. So that's against the law. We can buy it, but they cannot see us buying it.
The Dutch opium law prohibits the cultivation, sale, delivery, carrying, and transportation of narcotics within or outside the Netherlands, except for the use and sale of cannabis under specific circumstances and conditions. These conflicting laws in the Netherlands mean that a cafe owner cannot obtain a bank loan, as can a bar owner who sells alcohol. This policy forces them to convert their white money into black money.
Everything that happens in the coffee shop, completely transparent. There's a stigma. People think that we launder money, but actually nowadays we make money black. Because what happens, 70% of everybody that comes in here, they pay with a debit card, with online money. But all the weed that we buy, or all the cannabis we buy, we need to do cash. So I cannot go to a grower and pay with my bank card. So what do? We go get 10 bank cards, and every day go to the ATM, get the money from the ATM. So I have white money on my account. I take it out of the ATM with thousands at a time, and then it's black again, right? It's because it's disappeared, and then I can use it to pay the grower or the supplier for the cannabis. I would love to just get an invoice or buy my product legally from a known reseller who does fair trade cannabis with the highest quality.
However, the government has made things more difficult in recent years due to the growing cocaine trade. Amsterdam municipality has banned the opening of new cafes there, and the only way to do so is to purchase an existing one. This is known in the Netherlands as the Cannabis Cafe Ban Policy.
For years, they tried to extinct coffee shop. So the last big extinction, the mass extinction in Amsterdam, was I think it was around 2013, 2014. Now, instead of 600 coffee shops in Amsterdam, we only have 160 left. So of course, the coffee shops that remain, their business increases, and that also means that nuisance or problems for the neighborhood also arise. Suddenly, a coffee shop with 100 guests now has 500 guests.
The mayor of Amsterdam wants to attract tourists to the city's wealth, beauty, cultural institutions, and art museums. She sees a large cannabis market with many links to organized crime. An investigative journalist, famous for his investigations into hard drug smuggling in the port of Rotterdam, was assassinated. In full view of everyone, he was shot dead in the middle of Amsterdam.
Drug policy is targeting public health, basically, so it takes care of the people who use drugs. Whereas the production of drugs is a different field. It's in the hands of the Ministry of Security and Justice, and they have stepped up in the last, maybe 10 years, pretty much to counteract the production of drugs. And yes, it's true. We are, it's not something to be very proud of, but the Netherlands is the #1 producer of both ecstasy and amphetamine in the world. And also methamphetamine is growing in the Netherlands. So there's a lot of production taking place in the Netherlands, not for our domestic market, but for the world, basically. And this is something that, it should be attacked, but it's different. Then you are attacking the production of drugs.
Nightlife in Amsterdam is distinguished and noisy in the city center. Although smoking cannabis is prohibited on the street, those walking here often smell the lingering odor of drugs emanating from the ubiquitous cafes. As we wandered around the city, we found numerous shops selling smoking paraphernalia, narcotic mushrooms, and cannabis oils. We also found several private museums that chronicle the history of cannabis smoking tools throughout the ages. At the end of the visit, visitors could purchase seeds of various varieties.
Like in Holland, here you can grow 5 plants. Yeah, but there is a but. You can grow the 5 plants, but you can grow them in your garden. So you can grow the 5 plants outside. But once you grow them inside to make good weed, stronger weed, that's more effective weed, it's not allowed.
The Arabiya English team attempted to visit one of these illegal farms and interview one of the farmers. However, the cafe owners denied knowing anyone, but confirmed the high-quality narcotic herbs they purchased from Canada, the United States, and Spain due to the legalization of their cultivation there.
Why is it interesting to buy weed from Canada or from the United States or from Spain? Because the quality there is getting higher. If you can do it legally, the quality will automatically rise. But because of the law, we can sell a space cake here in Holland, but that's about it.
The concern confirmed by everyone we spoke with was that the Netherlands would lose its status as other countries such as Canada, the United States, Spain, Belgium, Austria, and the Czech Republic legalized drug selling and cultivation. Everyone emphasized that the only way to change the current status is through a clear legalization policy so that the Netherlands does not lose millions of dollars in income due to this tourism.
So how can a coffee shop have 30 strains on the menu with only 500 grams? It's not like people come in and bring 10 grams all the time. No, a coffee shop needs to buy kilos. So somewhere the weed is being stashed, and all of a sudden it drops out of the sky in the shop and it's legal. And all the steps that happened before that, we don't talk about in Holland. We don't want to know. But I think it's important that we do come to know and that we do check all these steps and make sure that the right steps are being taken and there's no more contamination. It's for a safer product, better for the client, more income for the government, and also for us as an entrepreneur. I don't want to have the risk of closing down my business by a single mistake.
It's a weird law. They call it gedoogbeleid, like this, and that is the law. There's no store where you can go buy it. You just buy it from the growers. Yeah, we have to buy it from the growers. We cannot buy it from the store. And so they say, okay, buy, but don't let us see you.
We didn't go far from the city center to meet a foreigner who lives in Amsterdam and enjoys going to the only bar in the suburb that allows smoking and drinking alcohol at the same time.
It's close to home. I live quite close. It's good. You can smoke and have a drink here, which is relatively unique. I enjoy the fact that it's legalized here and that I can smoke when I want and whatever. That's great. That's how I believe it should be. But I think I probably prefer a system where I know the supply chain better, right? Like, where has this come from? Who's grown it? Has everyone along the supply chain been equally paid and for their labor and for how's it got here?
We live in an individualistic world where we all are forced into our own bubble in our cell phone, and it all revolves around Instagram and the metaverse. Nothing is about the real world anymore. And there's many people, especially people of age, for who it's a great addition to their life to come to the coffee shop every day, have their cup of coffee, be among the people, be in society. And I think there's social cohesion and safety when people come together and talk together.
This project, the legalization of cannabis in the Netherlands, represents a pivotal moment in the history of drug policy in the country, and its success or failure could ultimately shape the future of cannabis policy, not only in the Netherlands, but also in other parts of the world. We spoke with researcher Dan van Ka about the government's future policy regarding the legalization and cultivation of cannabis.
Doing experiments with the municipalities, whatever the supply of the cannabis will be regulated by a few cultivators, so to speak, and we will see what the effects will be of that. Also in terms of health, because, you know, the quality of the cannabis being sold. We do that because we run a THC monitor at the Klimas Institute, but it's only a few coffee shops that are involved in that. And so we aim to improve that in the end.
So the coffee shops have to buy the weed from the government to sell it. And this is something they're going to try, and they will see what happens. And if it works out okay, then that's what they're going to do all over. So we will see in the future what will happen with that. So if the government will start selling to us, we will be happy.
The Dutch Cannabis Legalization Project, which launched its pilot phase in late 2023, required regulating the sale of permitted cannabis. Farmers and traders demanded a law that would protect them and regulate their work in this field, but the project was full of challenges. Warner, who gave up his coffee shop business and importing herbs and bulbs for cultivation, now confines himself to treating people with cannabis oils and teaching them how to make THC oil.
I do medical marijuana, and I promote the usage of medical marijuana oil because these people don't do it for fun. They do it because they have no other regular solution. This place is a place where we train people to make their own THC oil. I developed an apparatus, a machine, that's called the cannulator, and we teach people how to make it themselves. The course is 2 hours. People come to this course. We tell them to go to the coffee shop first, buy 5 grams of grass, and process it while we're here during the class. Then they've made their own oil for the first time in their life.
Advocates of THC argue that it is less harmful than many chemical drugs extracted from narcotic plants, such as opium, but studies remain inconclusive.
I realized that the active substance, THC, was mainly present in the oil that covers the cannabis. And then you have a very strong oil, which you dilute again with olive oil so that you can take it per drop exactly, and thus avoiding getting high and at the same time gaining the medical benefits of it.
Cannabis has been used for centuries as a recreational and medicinal plants in many cultures. But over the last 15-20 years, there's been more interest in expanding its use to more complex medical problems such as cancer, epilepsy, mental health problems, and it has been tested. Unfortunately, the results are not up to the expectations. So it's true that it does help some people sleep, it does help with anxiety, it does help with encouraging people to eat in cancer, or with people who, for example, had HIV/AIDS. But overall, it still remains a very limited use compared to what was hoped for it.
We also spoke with Gabriella, a Dutch Muslim of Italian descent who has worked with Warner for more than 10 years. She met him when her husband suffered from drug poisoning, while she herself was diagnosed with cancer.
We arrived at contact with Werner because we were searching for alternatives for normal medication. I believe that God created for each sickness, He gave us a medicine. And cannabis, it's a holy plant, it's a gift from God for humanity in general. So it doesn't matter what I am, and also the people who are coming here, it doesn't matter what they are. We are there for everybody. My husband and me, we use it every day. It helps me against the pain, but normally I had strong painkillers. And my husband he was poisoned by medication. So now we only use natural things that God gave us.
Some illnesses drive their sufferers or their families to seek any means to alleviate their physical and psychological pain and suffering, even if the methods aren't guaranteed or reliable. This is part of what Gerard, a retired pharmacist, had to say when he came to learn how to make oil because he hadn't learned it in his academic studies. He believes herbal medicine can greatly help people.
So that's the reason that I'm here, because I have a friend. He has prostate cancer. He has a lot of pain. For myself also, I have also pain in the back and I have sleeping problems. So I learned about THC, and now I'm making the oil so that I can give it to my friend and make it for myself. I think for plant medicine in general, there should be more attention. So this is a plant medicine, and it shouldn't be handled like now, forbidden.
We do consider it, as psychiatrists, a plant that is maybe less harmful than what we thought decades ago in terms of addiction. There are definitely more addictive drugs than it, but at the same time, it is actually quite a serious drug when it comes to psychosis, for example, and creating anxiety in certain people and disrupting overall functioning and motivation. So it's not a fully safe drug. It is, yes, safer than opium. And the fact that it is natural does not change its harmfulness. A lot of natural things are harmful. Let's think, for example, about poisonous mushroom. They're present in nature, but they're actually lethal.
Returning to the often controversial issue of cannabis legalization in the Netherlands, although everyone hopes for legalization, Yadi expressed his concerns about the future.
So when legalization comes, you bet the biggest company in the world, the biggest companies in the world are coming here to take over. There are huge American companies that have so much financial power that they could take over the complete Dutch market with the two of them, you know, and they will. So I think a legalized market cuts out the possibility for the small farmer or small participant of this market to make money. And of course, I somewhat fear my own position in this future market.
This is what drives Jari and his brother to try to keep up with the times by making their cafes trendy and environmentally friendly. Indeed, they have established the first facility in the Netherlands, and perhaps in the world, to educate employees about the importance, characteristics, and types of various narcotic herbs with help from the Dutch government.
We made the training together with a biochemist. So she finished her master's or her doctorandus, her master degree, and afterward doctorandus, specifically in the biochemistry of cannabis. So what you do, you get a sample of the marijuana, you test it, you send it to a lab. And in the laboratory, they can see if there's contamination, or they used particular spray, or maybe they didn't cure it well, or maybe there's mold inside. You know, moldy weed is very dangerous. And some of the big trends I saw were healthy lifestyle and sustainability, also a big thing. All the governments are pushing sustainability more and more. And before the government comes with any rules for me, I want to have done all the measures. So I'm trying to become the first carbon neutral coffee shop worldwide.
We try to meet with our contact officials at the Ministry of Justice, but were unable to do so. We only communicated via email and received a response from the Minister's media office several weeks later. However, we did not receive conclusive answers to all our questions. In Mr. Halshauer's response, he stated that the Netherlands has tightened penalties for hard drug offenses in recent years and emphasized that the government does not encourage such trafficking.
This is why we wanted to reduce the number of people coming from abroad to our coffee shops, because we believe it's a national problem, and we cannot be the supplier of drugs for Western Europe or something like that.
The Dutch government is doing everything it can to combat crime and is pursuing a policy of separating soft and hard drugs, which has already contributed to reducing the number of hard drug addicts, stabilizing their number at around 25,000. In the Netherlands, addicts are classified as patients, not criminals. Therefore, hard drug use is a health problem that is addressed through a rehabilitation program for addicts, which provides free drug doses and helps them gradually wean themselves off these drugs. But the Netherlands wants to change this image. What it is now focusing on is encouraging cultural and artistic tourism and strolling through its streets and historic neighborhoods, rather than drug tourism.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.